Oh, yeah. Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got stalled, rewritten. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats, throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will give. Until that day we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. RVA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that owed. Stupid ass.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
It's R&B Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We open doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. But somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We're reclaiming our foundation. This is delineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is delineation, yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's delineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm, they danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song. But the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people. Every queen and king gotta claim their own. Can't fight for freedom, then hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring life. Oh, nation. We ain't breaking, we awaken. We ain't breaking, we awakening. That line divine, we claim again instead. Not division, it's preservation. So you can't tether the truth, can't still control. This is delineation. A love that's proud and a pain that's patient. We ain't hating, breaking the rules. That's delineation.
Yo, what you looking at, man?
Man, I'm listening to All Viral Access Media, bro. You need to check this out.
Yo, check that out, man. You already know. You better check this channel out. All Viral Access Media, man. We out.
Yeah. Everybody want to link up till it's time to hold weight. Let's talk about these tethers.
You show up when the shine come on, never there when the grind too long. You want my rhythm but not my rain. My story's sweet but you skip the pain. I see the reach, I feel the pull. Fake love sound beautiful. You tired of take, I'm tired of truth. Can't drag me down, I cut that loose.
I move with purpose, not for clout.
Oh, I know what loyalty's about. Oh,
You can't fake rules with borrowed chain.
real ones bleed before they gain. Oh,
They put up but they don't stay real. All that talk but they never build. Always want a piece of the globe, but the flame too hot, they can't control. Cut them, let the truth unfold. We don't bend, we just turn to gold. Trying to ride our lane, but this soul too deep, can't be explained. I gave game, they gave excuses. Shared the meal, they took the juices. Now they dance like they made the groove. But we the ones that pay those dues. Ain't no shortcuts through the storm. You can't fake struggle to look reborn. Respect the source, that's all I need. But if you leash love, I make it bleed.
we ain't bitter, we well.
We just got what's rare.
You can tell it to the throne.
You ain't help lay that stone.
You can tell it to the throne. You can tell it to the throne. They pull up, but they can't stay real. They built this heart from iron and steel. Reaching for the crown, but the roots too strong to pull us down. Yeah, we free at last. Cut the cord, now the future's back. You can change its name. We the soul, the sound, the flame.
Yeah. No ties, no strings. If it ain't love, it's not the thing. We cut tethers and we ride.
Tethers.
In a mask, but that's so I can hide the pain. All the crime fighting got done, and the city's still the same. Always sitting.
Jesus. I take this back a little bit. All right, everybody. Sorry for that. Real quick. Sorry about that. We get it right to where I'm supposed to be. We're gonna address.
So let me talk to my own.
A little bit about the war stuff. Let me flip back this track. I'm sorry. A little bit distracted. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka Lady Che, or the Black Villain, or Brandy Marie, whatever you want to call me. Where have I been? Shh. trying to get in where I fit in. Jesus. It's been hectic. Trying to get in where I fit in on both of our broadcasts. Not to mention just trying to keep the peace with everything that's going on. And then dealing with some newfound news that I wasn't ready for. But I don't want to talk about that right now. Not for me to talk about, I guess. I don't know what's been said or not. So I'm going to have to deal with that. Put a fire out. Did I get to celebrate my motherfucking birthday? No. Why? Probably because it was a lot to deal with. I didn't get to celebrate. Nobody really told me happy birthday. I didn't get online. And the people who did tell me, they found out after the fact. But it was very depressing. Spent most of the day fighting and arguing for like the last couple of days. So I really haven't. But I finally got myself a cake. Just said, go get it. So I finally got that. Thought I was going to be able to celebrate today, but we had a show to do. I was not aware. Amongst other shit. So I'm going to be working like for the next few weeks consistently like it was during campaign season. We don't want to talk about it. Anyway, so I'm going to be outside more often doing some stuff. Everything else seems to be fine. I've been watching a lot of TV. Saw a really good movie. I forgot what it was. I'll start writing all this shit down that I watch. I give proper reviews. And I think I'm behind on the new Black media, what they're talking about. But we are going to talk about this reparations from in Ghana and USA No and what that actually means. So I'm gonna put that queue's already been put together, and I figured we could start with something funny just to kind of lighten the mood. It is Aries season, so we are acting like we are behaving how we're behaving. Although it just kind of, we looked forward. A lot of Aries like me looked forward to our month, and then for some reason the juju just turned bad all of a sudden, and a lot of us became really depressed all at the same time. So we've been trying to pick ourselves up and brighten up again, but it's been a little difficult. So as we watch the next round go in, celebrate their time, it's still Aries season. So this whole year is really Aries year, if you haven't noticed. We got a lot going on. I did a little oral history for the equity study yesterday, and I had to break down a little bit about my personal history, and I learned a lot about myself yesterday in the technical terms. I guess using the help of motherfucking Gemini and shit like that to spell better or whatever. I use it mostly for spelling and to look up certain things that I'm not quite sure about, like fact checking and things like that. And so as making this stuff that I'm working on for our city or for the state of Colorado in regards to the demands that we're asking for, crime bill, basic Black agenda stuff, reparations, everything that we've been talking about for the last 5 fucking years. I pretty much am done, but now I'm just cleaning it up. Now that I know how to get it there to them, I can work on it. So I'm going to be doing a lot of sitting down at the computer. Oh, it's not quite start showing myself again. And I couldn't do it because there's something wrong with the drivers on this computer. This computer needs to be updated, and I don't want to. I like this computer. So if anything, I might take it to get worked on, but I like this computer and I don't want to give it up. So it's everything I want in it. What else? Pretty much different commitments as soon as our birthday happened, a lot of changes just washed over. It's been kind of an ugly little experience. Very depressing. I've been sleeping for the last couple of days because I just don't want to. I'm kind of checked out. And then after I confirmed what I had to confirm, I checked back in because we have to. So I have to, or else it's not going to go over the way I want it to go. So me check back in is me seeing what I need to do to rain on parades that year and fucking upset the balance of shit. But also to see what what work needs to be done, because these candidates act like they don't know what Black people need, and that's just deflection. You know exactly what the fuck is going on. Stop playing. So I'm gonna be on my shit like that. I've been out just letting my hair blow out. Hair's been wild. Y'all see my shit. I had like a nice little fro going, and a Michael Jackson curly Q in the front. Weird. It's all bright and silvery. Can't even get your hand through this bitch. I've just been rocking with it out. Partially because I don't have any hair ties. Partially. You should see me out there with driving around my sunglasses and shit while we're fully over. Like, I'll be asking questions for directions and shit. And over like, is that your real hair? Can I touch it? No. Talk about brothers and sisters be asking if that's my real hair that's blowing in the wind. It's beautiful, magnificent. When I say it's magnificent, it's fucking magnificent. It's all mine too. No, man, I'm not over there. I'm not over there. And they know better. But if I get some extension, if I get my braids or twists in, it's all bets are off. They don't give a fuck what's happening. I saw it was up for one time. Khalifa was over there swinging off my fucking twist, and Amaru unravels them. My shit can actually stay twisted up, permanently by itself. Let them play with it. I'm holding them like little babies, and they're unwinding my shit. Straight unwinding. They have no goddamn sense. So I was thinking I'll open up with something funny, but I decided I'll save that maybe to the end. This is the RVA, so we're gonna do an in-depth discussion when it comes to everything. I go to different things, so I'm not necessarily on the same wavelength as everybody else, because I like to give you guys a full rounded perspective. Get twisted, I'm a fucking centrist, so I like to look at things all the way around, and I can call it. You know what I mean? So we're gonna play a little bit of just a little, like, two things, and then we're gonna go into the reparations discussion that happened in Ghana. And a lot of times we're on the new Black media, we're reacting and not really have a chance to go over it ourselves. So it's good to, TBA always say, don't believe me, go look it up. So, yeah. I think I'm one behind. Now that I'm getting back into sitting at my desk or whatever, I'm going to go back into being in chats and whatnot. I've been trying to get my finances and medical stuff under control. And that's where it's been. Trying to have more mobility so that I can get myself into a better condition. And it's not really easy. It's very difficult, considering that I've been sick and I kind of gave up and I had all kind of other shit going on. And so my mind's straight now. So I kind of know what I'm going to be doing, and I'm going to be busy. So I'm going to have to be putting out little fires and getting things together, because it's about to be a serious time as Jesse runs for office again. So, the motherfucking the backbone to everything has to be present. So kind of like stuff I gotta look into and trying to get it done right now, look into it, and I can't even fucking find what I'm supposed to be looking at. So that means I gotta redo it. That's what I was working on. But keep in mind, we're here, we're doing this now. So this is this is what I'm, now we'll talk a little bit about the war first, and then we're gonna go into the reparations thing. Okay. Thank you for joining me. Sorry, a bit rusty. I don't have the stuff, the mic and everything plugged in, but we are at the dollhouse. So in a few days, I'll be going live, and you can see me because I got a tablet. It's just brand new, and I don't know, something about Samsung's, man. I think I'll get a whole new charger bank for it. But that's as far as I'm gonna go because the computer won't allow me to do it. The drives are out. Yeah, I'll tell the cat you said hi. Around the black dog now. Oh, pretty ass girl. She got in trouble already like 3 times this week. Have to get the tone with her. I hate it. That look at her is like pretty brown eyes. I see you. Yeah, I don't know. I feel guilty after that. Anyway, so let's get to it. I like this guy.
People. Let me talk to the Muslims, alhamdulillah. And let me talk to the people of the global south generally. And let me talk to anyone who might still hold in their own minds some false notion about the United States and about the West. Anyone who might still be under the influence of Western and American propaganda. Because the truth of the matter is that there is a larger percentage of people globally who still believe in the delusional American dream, that idea, than there are people who believe in it who live there. I said 4 out of 5 Americans already know that that dream is a lie. 4 out of 5 already know that their children are going to live in worse conditions than they lived in. 4 out of 5 already know that their kids are not going to be better off. But you still have a percentage of our own people globally thinking that America is the place to be.
Really, really busy.
You still have some of our people
that's why it's burnt
siding with that delusional 1 out of 5 Americans who still believe in the so-called American dream. So let me tell you what things are like really over there. Let me tell you what things are really like over there, and what they're going to be like over there over the next several years.
So the average American, not the wealthy American, not the tiny percentage of Americans who are making 6 figures, the ordinary American, the average citizen, the regular citizen is completely cornered financially. Any small emergency, any car repair, medical bill, busted pipe is a destabilizing event. His rent or his mortgage is drastically disproportional to what he actually gets for his money. His insurance feels predatory and it keeps being denied. His health care is rationed by his capacity to pay. Look, I was born and raised in America. Like I say, I was born and raised in America, and I lived there until I was in my 30s. And I can count on one hand the number of times that I ever went to see a doctor because it's ludicrously unaffordable. The prescription that most Americans, the most average Americans take for a sickness is called wait for it to go away, wait for it to work itself out, or wait until you get used to it. You know, they say, and maybe you've heard in your own countries, that America has the best medical professionals. America has the best medical research. America has the best medical facilities in the world. Well, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know. Americans wouldn't know, because most people have about as much access to those great medical facilities as they have access to becoming an astronaut. All those wonderful medical facilities, all those wonderful healthcare facilities, they may as well be on the moon. It'd be cheaper for an American to pay for the airfare to go overseas to get treatment in the global south than to go to a hospital in their own city. I'm telling you, I was born 54 years ago. I was born 54 years ago, but the way that we had to deal with health and illness and medical issues, medical emergencies, is as if I was born 150 years ago, because you just bear with it. You're like some kind of cowboy on the prairie. You just bear with it. For the average American, his employer is offering fewer benefits and expecting more work than what the job description requires. Expecting you to work even when you're not on the clock. No, offices are tyrannies. Offices are tyrannical. And there's no job security even. Your position is constantly at risk. You're working more and getting less. Your salary cannot sustain you. You live on credit. Even if you work full time, you live on credit. And you're not borrowing for luxury. You're not borrowing for indulgence. You're borrowing for survival. The average citizen in America trusts no one, least of all their government. You trust the media even less. You trust strangers even less. You trust corporations less. Increasingly, you even distrust the idea of your country itself. You trust that even less. Your default assumption is that everyone is lying. That's how he feels. Because everybody lies to everybody. Everybody preys on everybody else. The whole social fabric that once held America's mythology together is fraying, thread by thread, erosion, like I said. For the average American citizen, the common feeling is that everything is getting harder. Everything is getting harder. Everyone feels like they're barely coping. They're barely hanging on. They're barely keeping it together. That's erosion. That's a wearing down every year, every month, every week, every day. A little more friction, a little more anxiety, a little more stress, a little less hope, a little more desperation, a little less healthy, a little more feeling caged, feeling trapped, and feel like you're sinking. And all you have is entertainment. All you have is escapism and drugs and alcohol and doom scrolling and pornography and video games and mindlessness. Even if you're not on drugs in America, you're on drugs. Subhanallah. Even if you're not on drugs, you're on drugs. Tranquilizers, sedatives, antidepressants, antipsychotics, in the form of meaningless pastimes, in the form of propaganda, and in the form of amusement, mindless amusement. You have got Amazon, you've got online shopping, you've got deliveries, because they've made it as convenient as possible. They made it as comforting as possible to sink you into unpayable debt. So yes, you can have nice things. You can have fancy, pointless things. You can have too many clothes. You can have too many devices. You can have your 12-step skincare routine. You can have your dozen shampoos and conditioners in your shower and whatnot. And you can post about it on social media to make it look like you're not struggling to just keep your head above water. They'll make all of that easy for you. They'll encourage you to act like that. But the underlying experience, the lived experience, is one of contraction. Fewer places are even safe. Fewer institutions are reliable. Fewer opportunities are believable or even pan out. The country that the average citizen was taught to expect is slowly and incrementally disappearing. That mirage is fading away. It's evaporating. And none of this is happening by accident. Yes, you need to know this. This is what you need to know, because if you keep telling yourself that things have just taken a bad turn somehow, or that somehow America just got lost, lost the plot somewhere along the way, then you might try to convince yourself that a correction is possible. But this is what I need you to understand. You need to understand that you are living through the correction right now. This is the correction. What you're dealing with right now, this is the correction. They knew at least 30 years ago that America's days were numbered. And they have a whole population. See, this was their problem. They have a whole population that actually believes the hype about America. Do you understand? At that time, there were people who thought, khalas, America is the king of the world. America is the king of the world and always will be. But anyone with any sense, anyone with any money in the game, well, they knew that America had nowhere to go but down. They knew that. They knew that at least 30 years ago, at least 30 years ago. And they've been busy preparing for the inevitable. You know, when I talk about the owners and controllers of global financialized capital, the OCGFC, when I talk about how they are managing the necessary transition to a post-American world order, I'm not talking in abstractions. What you're watching right now, what you're watching in America right now, is what managed disassembly looks like from the inside. The capital has already moved. Talking about financial capital, it's already moved. The strategic investment has already repositioned. The manufacturing base was already offshored. You understand? The financial architecture has already begun the diversification away from the dollar, away from dollar-denominated dominance. And that's only going to accelerate over the next decade. Now, this was not forced upon them. This was executed by them. You understand me? And you're still out here talking about being American. You're still out here talking about Team America. What are you even talking about? There is no such thing. That's just a myth that they use to keep you docile and compliant. American patriotism is the opiate of the masses. your so-called citizenship, your so-called nationality. No one making decisions in that country believes in any of that. None of your policies are based on any of that, but you can't see it. You can't see it with your red, white, and blue blinders on. That flag is a blindfold. You got a star-spangled bag over your head, and they're leading you right into the slaughterhouse with that bag over your head. No, all those institutions, all those leaders, all those politicians, all those elites, all those public figures, they're leaving you behind. They're engineering their way, they're engineering their pivot away from your so-called America. Do you understand? The people being left behind are all of you so-called Americans who identify as that. And they're airlifting themselves out of there. And you're stuck with the aftermath. You're stuck with the desolate, eroding aftermath, the decay. And now you understand, or you should understand, exactly why they have been so relentlessly trying to make you stupid, trying to make you oblivious, trying to make you ignorant, trying to make you illiterate and gullible and lazy. Yes, they have engineered that. You understand me? It's deliberate. I'm telling you, they have been running a preemptive counterinsurgency campaign on you for decades. They've been feeding you a slow drip poison of idiocy and immaturity your whole life, just to make sure that you won't be able to oppose them, to make sure that you won't be able to resist, to make sure that you won't be able to stand up, that you won't be able to organize, that you won't be able to fight back, so that you won't be able to survive. Because you're being culled. It's a slow motion culling. That's what's going on. Do you understand? Preemptive counterinsurgency, making you incapable before you could ever even pose a threat, before things ever even started happening that you might react to, that you might oppose. Because they fed you on Americanism for so long. They fed you on exceptionalism for so long, on democracy and liberty and whatnot for so long, that they actually turned you into true believers in that mythology. And if they didn't paralyze you with stupidity, if they didn't paralyze you with confusion and infantilization, then you might actually do something about it when the time came. When the time came for them to throw you under the bus, you might fight it. You might not agree to just be extracted from. You might not agree to just be a slave, to just be a conduit for your money. You know, just a conduit. That's what you are, something that the money just passes through. You understand? From your employer to consumer goods, to banks, to Amazon, or what have you, because that's all you are. You're just a conduit. You work to earn so that the money you earn can just be routed back out to other corporations. You're just an instrument. And if they had not spent so much time, if they had not spent so much effort turning you into a vapid doom scroller, turning you into a superficial, uninformed, manic automaton, then there was a chance that you might fight back. So you see, they had to make sure that you were incapable of that. And you are incapable of that. That's the truth. They were successful. The fact of the matter is they were successful. Now you have almost no useful function whatsoever. So you know what they're going to do with you now? I can tell you what they're going to do with you now. They're going to make you sick. They're going to make you sick. That will be your contribution to the economy. And they don't even have to engineer a pandemic to do it. They can literally sell you organ failure pills. They can sell you cancer injections, and you'll buy them. You'll buy them. You'll charge thousands of dollars to your credit card to buy tablets that will deliver nothing but lifelong organ malfunctions to you, and all they have to do is tell you that those pills will help you lose weight. All they have to do is tell you that those pills will help you grow muscle, or help you have smoother skin, or that those pills are going to improve your sexual performance, or that they're going to de-age you, or whatever the case may be, and you put them in your shopping cart, and then you put them in your bloodstream. Never mind that your pancreas won't work in a couple of years, or your liver, or your kidneys, or your heart. And they've got you in such a permanent brain fog that you'll even buy it based off of an AI avatar selling it to you with an AI-generated sales pitch. Disease ordered right to your door with free delivery. And that's decades of profit for the pharmaceutical and insurance industries. Decades of infirmity and illness and misery for you, but decades of profit for them. Just what the doctor ordered. Oh, they're disabling you in every which way. Look at AI. ChatGPT and what have you. They're literally making intelligence a subscription service. You understand? Or rather, a subscription service for pretending to know stuff, pretending to be intelligent, pretending to be able to do things.
Right.
What do you think that means long term? Look at the underlying market need. Like, look, what's the underlying market need for big pharma? It's illness. It's the monetization of sickness. So it's in their interest to promote what makes you sick. What's the underlying market need for the defense and weapons sector, for the defense and weapons industry? What's the monetization of war? So it's in their interest to promote and to spread conflict. Okay, so what's the underlying market need for AI? It's the monetization of stupidity and incompetence. So what is it in their interest now to promote among the society, among the people, among the population? If you don't know the answer, that's the answer. If you don't know the answer, that's the answer. I said they're preparing you for culling. They're numbing you and tranquilizing you so that you don't fight it. Because the people who are executing the transition are not interested whatsoever in so-called Americans or so-called America, not whatsoever. They're interested in the optimization of capital flows across a multipolar world that is emerging regardless of what any flag-waving American politician says. The decline of American imperial reach is not a failure of the system. It is the system working as the owners of the system have decided that it should work at this stage of history. What Donald Trump represents, I've said this many times, what Donald Trump represents, what any of these political figures represent, to be honest, is the performance of agency inside of a cage whose bars were installed decades ago. You keep talking about red states, blue states, Republicans, Democrats, right and left. Do you know how foolish you sound? SubhanAllah, do you know how foolish you sound? You know, you talk about bread and circuses, right? Everyone thinks they're clever when they talk about bread and circuses. And you mean sports, you mean movies, you mean music and entertainment and so forth. But your whole political system is a circus. It's the greatest show on earth. Instead of a circus tent, it's in the Capitol Rotunda. It's the dome of the Capitol building. That's your circus tent. The White House is nothing but your big top. You've got the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. Well, that's nothing but the three rings of a three-ring circus. Nobody that you elect is ever going to reverse the structural logic that has been set in motion here, because the structural logic is not political. It's economic. It's the repositioning of capital. And capital doesn't wait for election results. It's the other way around. You understand me? I've seen people talking about, in the US, talking about voter ID laws, because supposedly they don't want undocumented immigrants to be able to vote. That's on the pro side, the people who are pro voter ID. And on the other side, well, they say it's voter suppression. But I'm saying, what are you even talking about? First of all, if your elections actually mattered at all, I mean, if your elected politicians actually controlled policy, if that's how things actually worked, right? Well, if that was the case, then everyone in the world should be allowed to vote in American elections. No, citizenship shouldn't even be a criteria for voting in American elections, because American policies affect everyone in the world, everyone on earth. You're the one who wants to call himself the leader of the free world, the global policeman and what have you. You're the one who butts into everyone's affairs in everyone else's countries. No, Venezuela should be able to vote in your elections. Iranians should be able to vote in your elections. Iraqis should be able to vote in your elections. If you believed even a little bit in what you preach about democracy, about the consent of the governed and so forth, then as long as you are a citizen of planet Earth, you ought to have a say in who sits in the White House. It's completely obnoxious for you to think that only so-called American citizens should be able to decide that, should have a say in deciding that, because you never mind your own business in the world. You openly involve yourself in other countries. You kidnap, and literally assassinate the leaders of other countries. You do regime change. You topple governments, color revolutions. You interfere nonstop all around the world. Well, then everybody in the world, everybody all around the world should have a right to decide who the American president is going to be. And if not, then you ought to mind your own business internationally. If you're not going to give us all a vote everywhere in the world in who's going to be president, then mind your own business and don't interfere in anyone else's countries. But like I say, it's nothing but a circus. Truth is, it's nothing but a circus. Your elections don't decide anything. They don't decide anything. So if you get restricted from voting, if your vote gets suppressed, then nothing whatsoever has changed with regards to your impact on the decision of who gets in office or what they do once they get there. No, a vote that has been cast is in fact identical to a vote that has been suppressed. And just fighting about voter suppression is just a trick to make you think that your elections have anything whatsoever to do with power. But let me get back to talking to my own people. Let me get back to talking to the Muslims, because like I say, I already know that Americans are never going to do anything about any of this. They're certainly not going to do anything about it as long as they think of themselves as Americans. Because yes, like I say, as long as you call yourself that, as long as you think of yourself as that, as American, then you are self-identifying as a do-nothing, docile, brainwashed, compliant slave of the most tyrannical and heartless power structure the world has ever seen. That's what America means. You may as well call yourself a junkie. If you call yourself an American, you may as well call yourself a junkie. So for any of our people who have gone over there or whose parents went over there and got you stuck in that country, and if any of our own people are thinking about going over there to that country, then let me tell you what your trajectory looks like, what the trajectory of that country looks like. And I'm not guessing. I'm reading the structural indicators. Like I said, I'm not telling you anything but that a falling rock is going to hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And what great mind decided to move forward with all of this? This guy, DUI hire. Oh, I see they moved from Secretary of War Crimes. I guess he got two names now. And if you think that might be harsh, either DUI hire or Secretary of War Crimes, consider the fact that he literally telegraphed this entire play. He can't even take offense as Secretary of War Crimes because he declared it himself. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Now, it's time we talk about the military.
Hey! Come on. Come on. Hey! Scrolling through the chaos on the internet streets. Reese Waters pops up with the truth and receipts. Sharp wit, big laugh, calling nonsense out loud. Turning awkward silence into lessons for the crowd. It's the Racist of the Week. Yeah, you know the routine. Reese breaking it down so the message is seen. Smart jokes, quick clips, making history speak. Holding up the mirror. Racist of the Week. From a joke to a lesson in a matter of beats. Reese Waters keeps the timeline on his feet.
It might come to that. Today's nominee, this guy.
Down goes Seth. Duncan Dad on New Year's Eve. Gunner Gossip.
Now, like a lot of you, I had seen the reports. Pete Hegseth blocks reports for black soldiers because he didn't want Trump to have to stand next to him in case they played music. He didn't want to dance and have him just be missing a beat next to the black people. Or Pete Hegseth blocks promotion of female officers because Trump couldn't be trusted to stand next to them. Who knows what he might grab or do? I had seen those reports and I was waiting for them to be confirmed and corroborated before I ran with it. And little did I know, Hegseth purge of black and women officers larger than previously reported. Hegseth has taken steps to block or delay promotions for more than a dozen black and female senior officers across all 4 branches of the military. Now, wait a minute. That doesn't sound very merit-based to me, does it? That doesn't sound very merit-based. Is this the merit-based society they've been telling me that they wanted? Black MAGA. Black MAGA. Come on down. Black MAGA, FBA MAGA, Black conservatives, y'all need to explain to the community what your guys' administration is doing. 300,000 Black people fired from federal jobs, removing Black history from museums, Black unemployment spiking. Now this. You owe us an explanation. Oh, don't hold your breath. We have yet to get an explanation from Black MAGA about anything that's happened since January of 2025. But if I know Black MAGA, they probably running to enlist. Ain't that right? Huh? Don't y'all want to run and sign up and support your boy? He done raised the age to 86 now. Yeah, you could sign up. You could be decades into Social Security and sign up now. But ain't no shortage of interest though. That ain't it.
I'm 56 years old.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
The Army Chief of Staff, a combat veteran with tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, asked Pete Hegseth why he was blocking the promotions of 2 Black officers and 2 female officers who had earned them. Hegseth refused to answer. Then he fired him. Oh yeah, that's right. It's not enough for me to be racist and sexist. I will fire you for refusing to be racist and sexist. That's how open they are with it.
So now we know why Pete Hegseth fired General Randy George, the Army Chief of Staff. He would not go along with his racist plan to refuse promotions to a bunch of women and minorities who were clearly qualified. And he did the right thing and he stood up for them. Obviously, discrimination and promotions in the military is illegal. It violates due process, equal protection, on and on and on, a bunch of different military regulations. But that's what it is. He's firing people that we need who have been in a critical position in the middle of war because he's so damn racist. All right. And you have a situation now where Trump is fired Pam Bondi and he's desperate, and you can tell by the way he's acting. And we're getting rid of somebody like this, and when we're about to go into an escalation spiral, it's the worst possible thing you could do.
Hegseth is now fired or sidelined more than a dozen generals and admirals. He's an out-of-control, unqualified former TV host, and nobody in the Republican Party will say a word about it because they don't want to make Trump angry. Ah, yes, if there's anything so synonymous with MAGA, it would be cowardice. That's definitely who you want in charge. But there's another thing synonymous with MAGA, and that's the fact that it literally always gets worse. Hegseth broke protocol to block women and Black officers' promotion. Wait a minute, you mean this guy?
Down goes Hegseth, Duncan Dad on New Year's Eve.
Broke protocol? That's nuts. Well, if it ain't for protocol, then what really do you have? Huh? I guess that whole honor, discipline, chain of command, warrior ethos is right out the window now, isn't it? Now hold on. Let me check something real quick. How veterans voted in the 2024 election. 65% went to Trump. Huh? I guess none of those, I guess the discipline and protocol and all that wasn't that important. And don't worry, we'll circle back around to that.
Today, Pete Hegseth fired 3 more senior military commanders from the Department of Defense, bringing the total to about 20 over the last year. First of all, who these folks are, they are some of our most experienced, dedicated military commanders with hundreds of years of experience between them. Some of them have 10 plus combat deployments over the last 20 years. And removing these people without cause, without notice, without any replacement in many cases is putting our service members at great risk. We are a nation at war right now. There are tremendous risks facing America, our homeland, our service members around the world. And he is simply purging senior military ranks because he thinks that these folks are not loyal to him personally or to Donald Trump. Secondly, we are putting our nation at great risk by sending the message to our military that it doesn't matter what you do, how hard you work, how dedicated you are, that if you're not loyal to Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, none of that matters. You know, that is a terrible message to send. It is making us less safe. And frankly, it is just a terrible way to treat people who have dedicated their lives in service to our nation, these servant leaders. They deserve better, America deserves better, and our service members deserve better.
It's so bad, even Fox News couldn't cover it.
General George is now out, was asked to retire yesterday. He's a personal friend of yours. What do we lose when we lose General George?
He's a generational chief of staff, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't seen anybody quite like him. He's got the intelligence. He's got the discipline. His warfighting experience is enormous. He's got the warrior ethos, and he's transforming the Army and taking it into the new technology and warfare that is so changing.
Right.
The truth is he's leading the other services in most of all of that.
Right.
And I don't agree with his dismissal for sure, because of what he's doing to the Army and the change it's impacting the department writ large.
That's what I've heard too. General, it was great to see you. Good luck at the Yankee game today and keeping up with everything. Thanks so much for coming in.
Yeah, great being here.
And just so we're clear, because it bears repeating, this is the man who we have firing high-level military officials who we haven't seen anything like. This guy.
You serious?
Now, the question would have to be asked, well, why? Now, obviously, we know about them refusing to go along with the blocking of the promotions, just straight naked racism and sexism. But going with this kind of a widespread purge while we're actively engaged in a war doesn't seem to be the move now, does it? 3 total generals fired today. They are refusing to put troops in Iran. Now that would make sense. Now that would make sense. You do not fire your Army Chief of Staff in the middle of a war for no reason. You fire him because of what comes next. Pete Hegseth called General Randy George on April 2nd and told him to retire immediately. The Pentagon confirmed it. No reason was given, not publicly, not privately. A senior Army official told Fox News that Hegseth offered George nothing. No misconduct, no operational failure, no policy disagreement on the record, just a phone call and a career ending in the middle of one of the most significant American combat operations in 2 decades. George is the 24th general or admiral Hegseth has removed, but he's not the 24th. He's the one that matters. The Army Chief of Staff, the man whose signature sits between a president's intent and the order that sends soldiers across a beach or into a tunnel complex. The replacement is Vice Chief General Christopher LaNave. He was Hegseth's senior military aide before his appointment. The man who carried the secretary's briefcase now commands the Army the secretary is reshaping. The chain of command did not break, it shortened. The distance between a television studio and a combat order just collapsed to 0 intermediaries who were not personally selected by the man giving the order. A former Fox News weekend host just fired a 4-star general with combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, replaced him with his own former assistant, and did it during a live war in which the next decision could put American soldiers on Iranian soil for the first time in history. No hearing was held, no misconduct cited. The Army woke up on April 3rd with a new chief it didn't choose in a war it didn't start, preparing for a phase the previous chief apparently couldn't be trusted to execute. The question is not why George was fired. Every general in the building knows why. The question is what order is coming in the next 14 days that required removing the one man in the chain of command who might have said no. The war has no perimeter. The chain of command has no objectors, and the next phase has no one left to stop it. And amen to that. As for those soldiers that are still in place, they seem to have their eyes wide open about all of this. Here's what some active duty Marines are calling Pete Hegseth's Pentagon, and it doesn't make him look good. Hegseth wanted to be called the Secretary of War instead of Secretary of Defense. Now his own troops have a different title in mind. Rep. Seth Moulton, a Marine combat veteran who actually served in Iraq, unlike the Fox News host currently running the Pentagon, dropped a bombshell this week. I know active duty Marines who now refer to Pete Hegseth's department as the Department of War Crimes. The list is staggering. Airstrikes in Yemen that allegedly hit residential buildings, killing at least 224 civilians, strike on Iranian nuclear facilities of questionable legality under both domestic and international law, an alleged no survivors attack order issued against vessels in the Caribbean, a lightning invasion of Venezuela launched without congressional authorization, and now Trump's announced intention to target Iranian civilian energy infrastructure. The same playbook Moulton noted pointedly that the United States spent years condemning Vladimir Putin for using in Ukraine. That's right. It's also the exact same playbook for how to start a terrorist group for dummies. You just instilled anti-American sentiment that can fester for decades. You think we're spending a lot of money on defense now. Imagine what we're going to have to spend moving forward with the memory of all of this. And what great mind decided to move forward with all of this? This guy, DUI hire. Oh, I see they moved from Secretary of War Crimes. I guess he got two names now. And if you think that might be harsh, either DUI hire or Secretary of War Crimes, consider the fact that he literally telegraphed this entire play. He can't even take offense as Secretary of War Crimes because he declared it himself.
We are preparing every day. We have to be prepared for war, not for defense. We're training warriors, not defenders. We fight wars to win, not to defend. Defense is something you do all the time. It's inherently reactionary and can lead to overuse, overreach, and mission creep. War is something you do sparingly, on our own terms, and with clear aims. We fight to win. We unleash overwhelming and punishing violence on the enemy. We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement. We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country. No more politically correct and overbearing rules of engagement. Just common sense, maximum lethality, and authority for warfighters.
Now I'm trying to understand the tactical strategy of admitting publicly that you want to do away with rules of engagement. What would be the tactical strategy of you going in to play pickup game with a jersey that just says "I cheat" in the back? You walk into Spades with a two-way mirror and a selfie stick. What is the strategic advantage to admitting off jump that you don't respect rules of engagement? Well, it sure makes our soldiers safer now, don't it?
There is a military spouse or a military family frantically calling their loved one over and over and over again, feeling the pit in their stomach get bigger and bigger with every single unanswered call, as they slowly realize that it's likely that their loved one was the pilot in that plane that hasn't been found yet. And thanks to Dear Leader and Pete the Drunkard making it very clear that the United States has no intention of following the rules of engagement, of following international law around warfare, that military spouse or that military family are having to contend with the knowledge that there is a bounty on their loved one's head and that there aren't just two possible outcomes here. There's a third one, that it's not just alive or dead, it's alive, dead, or captured. And that if it's captured, there is a solid possibility that they're being tortured to death as we speak. Because when the commander-in-chief, when the Secretary of Defense goes out in front of the world to tell other countries that the United States will not be following rules of engagement, will not respect international law around warfare, when they go out in front of cameras and say things like, we are going to bring down maximum brutality and pain, when they spend more than the last year repeatedly ordering war crimes, double tapping boats and schools and bridges and God knows what else, we're sending the message to other countries that they also don't have to follow the rules of engagement. Every time they do that, they are putting service members at greater risk. All for what? So that the Fox News crowd can feel a little tingle in their downstairs when they get to hear them talk tough on television? Is that how little the lives of service members matter to you? Rules of engagement aren't just something that we follow to protect other people, although that is, frankly, just as important of a reason. There's something we follow because they also keep our service members safe. When we tell other countries how we intend to treat them, we are also telling them how they are allowed to treat us. And I don't know why that is a lesson that so many Americans seem completely opposed to learning. And now there is a military family out there bearing the weight of that irresponsibility and glee at the thought of cruelty.
Now, given Pete Hegseth's track record while sitting in this seat, apparently putting together that there was no tactical advantage of that and that he made life for not only soldiers, but also for Americans more dangerous is probably too high a bar for me to expect from him. I mean, what haven't we seen from him up to this point?
All starts with physical fitness and appearance. If the Secretary of War can do regular hard PT, so can every member of our joint force. It's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are.
Unless Gavin Newsom claps back, I guess the commander-in-chief needs to go. And a reminder from his confirmation.
Many of your work colleagues have said that you show up for work under the influence of alcohol or drunk. I know you've denied that, but you would agree with me, right, that if that was the case, that would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense.
Senator, those are all anonymous false claims, and the totality.
They're not anonymous.
The letters
We've
on
seen,
the record here.
They're not anonymous.
On the record,
we've seen records with names
Vets
attached
for Freedom,
to them.
Concerned Vets for America, and Fox News.
One of your colleagues
working
said,
hard every day
one of your colleagues said that you got drunk at an event at a bar and chanted, "Kill all Muslims." Another colleague, not anonymous, we have this, said that you took coworkers to a strip club. You were drunk, you tried to dance with strippers, you had to be held off the stage, and one of your employees in that event filed a sexual harassment charge as a result of it. Now, I know you denied these things, but isn't that the kind of behavior that, if true, would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, anonymous false charges.
They're not anonymous. And I'll just conclude and say this to the chairman. You claim that this was all anonymous. We have seen records with names attached to all of these, including the name of your own mother. So don't make this into some anonymous press thing.
Yeah, Congress, that MAGA cowardice is going great. It's going really great. He's progressed. He's grown in the role all the way from that to this, yelling at reporters for Trump's own words.
Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard. It's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump because you want him not to be successful so bad. You have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, I don't know, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story how hard that is? Have we done it 2 or 3 times so that American people understand how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? I think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the fake news. So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. And the reality is you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated. Choose your word.
We wiped out the nuclear capability of Iran, obliterated it.
It was obliterated like nobody's ever seen before.
I would say it's set back permanently. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. They're never going to have nuclear.
Their radar is 100% annihilated.
Choose your word.
Have you ever seen a more unbalanced, unhinged, emotionally unstable person leading the Pentagon, especially during war times? I haven't. Yelling at the press for using Trump's own words, Hegseth is in over his head. Impeach him before he costs more American lives. Either that or before he appoints Jack Daniels and Captain Morgan as his top 2 generals. We know that's coming. So here you have a man grossly unqualified for this position, which we knew at the beginning, endangering American lives by purging the military during war times, openly ceding that we don't respect the rules of engagement, making life more dangerous even for us.
This some more bullshit.
But then have the audacity to stop the promotion of others while touting a merit-based system. Black MAGA, have y'all given me an explanation yet? Let me help y'all, because y'all have missed so much.
Fallout over DEI after the Air Force removed training courses with videos of the Tuskegee Airmen, the nation's first Black military pilots who served in the segregated World War II unit, and the women Air Force service pilots, the female World War II pilots, who were vital in ferrying warplanes for the military. The removal comes in response to the Trump administration's crackdown on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. In a statement, the nonprofit created to talk about this and preserve the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen condemned the move, writing in part, quote, "We call upon the President and the Secretary of Defense to immediately rescind this action and provide clear guidance to all government agencies."
Now, here's the thing, Pete Hegseth. I know it felt good to stand on stage and rail against woke and the war on DEI. And I know it felt good to stop the promotions of those Black and female officers. I know all that felt good, the warrior ethos. I'm sure it did. It felt good as that happy hour. You know what I'm saying? I know that felt good to you. But here's the thing. For you to be this unqualified coming in and then engage in this level of folly in just a year and change, you have become a complete liability to all of the virtues that you extol. You trying to ensure that the military history of this country, and dare I say the general history of this country, is focused on men who look like you, focuses the spotlight ever more brightly on your own misdeeds. In other words, can't be no white supremacy long as you round.
DEI white men have showed up in my comments. Let me just make this clear. We all know you guys have most of your jobs because of white supremacy DEI, because you're a white man. We know that. White women, we benefited really well from actual DEI, for sure, and from our proximity to white supremacists. Men, of course. That's why you guys get so mad when I talk about this stuff, because you see me and you're like, wow, I know, it's not a... Either way, we all know you guys are underqualified. So you can say racist stuff like it's okay for the NFL to have a majority Black workforce and labor force, but not have equivalent representation in coaching and front offices and ownership. You could say that, but what we actually know is going on is that you are terrified of the idea of actually needing to be qualified, the most qualified person in a room, in a league, in a company. All you have is the lore passed down to you by your shitty racist families that you are entitled to something. And so when the Attorney General of Florida, who spent the better part of the last decade licking the bottom of the stiletto boots that Ron DeSantis wears, when he sees an opportunity, he's going to grab it. He's going to grasp at that. Because you guys are the most insecure losers on the planet. The only way you stay on top is by making sure other people don't have a shot at it. But we all know it. There's no turning back. There's no way for you to make us unknow that you are very often the least intelligent people in rooms, very often the most entitled, right? And sometimes you guys don't even know that because you think you've done so much work to get where you got. It's actually like watching a little kid, like so proud of building a sandcastle. Like they are architects of a real home because that's the only thing they have to compare it to. They don't know what it takes to actually build a house. The sandcastle is the closest thing they've ever come. So I get why you think you're all so qualified. No one's ever told you you're not, and you've never actually had to work your way through a system twice, 3 times, 10 times as hard. So of course you fucking feel oppressed by any idea of equality. And I know every time you hear a white person, a white man or woman say something like this, call us out on our own shit, on our own white, you think that there's been some sort of mystical spell cast upon me, because that's the only way you would ever betray your own whiteness. You would only ever betray your own whiteness because of sex, attraction, power, right? That's the only way you would ever consider not leaning into your perceived white supremacy. No matter what the NFL does, no matter what these industries do, no matter how many times you try to stack the deck even more, it's not going to change the fact that we know you guys are losers.
Ooh, boy. Woo. Hey, Pete, you might want to offer her a job. That was better than anything I've ever heard you say from the podium. I'm just playing, you know.
All right, let's move forward. Let's get into this reparations thing.
Good morning, distinguished delegates and excellencies. Welcome to the press briefing on the draft resolution on the African Group resolution entitled "The Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and the Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans," which is to be tabled before the General Assembly on 25th March 2026 on behalf of the African Group. On the podium in the middle is Ghana's permanent representative to the United Nations, His Excellency Ambassador Samuel Kuma. To his right is the permanent representative of the Angolan mission, His Excellency Francis Hussein. And to the left is the chargé of the AU Permanent Observer Mission to the United Nations, Mr. Salim Mustaq. At this point, I will hand over the podium to His Excellency Samuel Ambassador Kuma to begin with the briefing. Thank you.
Excellencies, members of the press, distinguished colleagues. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. I have the honor to address you on behalf of the Africa Group as part of our collective efforts to mobilize global support for the draft General Assembly resolution entitled "Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans as the Greatest Crime Against Humanity." This initiative did not arise suddenly, nor is it the undertaking of a single nation. It is the result of a clear continental mandate grounded in decision taken at the highest political level of Africa's multilateral institution, the African Union. In February 2024, at its 37th ordinary session, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union adopted a decision, that's Decision 884, designating the theme of the year 2025 as Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. This landmark decision elevated reparations for the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and apartheid to a flagship priority of the Union, affirming Africa's collective commitment to historical justice, dignity, and restoration. Pursuant to this decision, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, was appointed African Union champion for advancing the cause of justice and the payment of reparations to Africans. This mandate reflects not only continental responsibility, but also a solemn moral thrust to pursue acknowledgement, truth, restorative justice for crimes whose consequences continue to shape global inequality. In September 2025, during the General Assembly debate of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, the President of Ghana announced the country's intention to lead the tabling of a draft resolution on the declaration of the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the grievous crime against humanity.
I already think that.
This initiative was further strengthened in February 2026, when the 39th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union formally endorsed the draft resolution and urged all member states to fully support the initiative of the AU champion for reparations at the United Nations. This endorsement provided clear continental political authority and reflected a unified African voice. Accordingly, the draft resolution was submitted to the United Nations by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. Ladies and gentlemen, let me emphasize clearly, this resolution has been developed through a transparent, inclusive, and procedurally rigorous process, fully consistent with United Nations practice. Over the course of negotiations, delegations participated in 7 rounds of informal consultation.
Why did they do that?
Each lasting 3 hours, devoted exclusively to this test instead of the usual 1.5 hours.
And how
In
did they get
practical
the
terms,
permission to do so?
delegations devoted twice the normal negotiating time
Pay attention,
typically allocated to most General Assembly resolutions. Let me emphasize clearly, this resolution has been developed through a transparent, inclusive, and procedurally rigorous process, fully consistent with the UN established practice. Over the course of, I think I may be repeating myself here, beyond these formal consultations, ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Group engaged extensively with regional and political groupings across the UN membership, incorporating feedback and carefully considering proposals aimed at fostering broad understanding and consensus. Every delegation that wished to contribute was afforded the opportunity to do so. The test now before the Assembly is therefore the product of sustained dialogue, compromise, and good faith multilateral engagement. Action on the resolution is expected on 25th March 2026, following notification by a delegation of its intention to call for a vote on the draft, and in light of questions concerning that have been raised during the final phase of consideration, the Africa Group considered it both necessary and responsible to engage member states directly. Accordingly, this briefing is being convened to provide clarity, address outstanding issues transparently, and ensure that delegations approach the forthcoming vote with a full and accurate understanding of the resolution's purpose. The resolution's purpose, scope, and intent. Our objective is simple. That decisions taken in the General Assembly be informed by dialogue, clarity, and shared understanding rather than misunderstanding
Don't worry about
and
the
uncertainty.
speaking as individuals.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Help explain.
against this backdrop of extensive consultation and careful negotiation, it is important to recall what this resolution fundamentally seeks to achieve. At its core, this resolution advances a simple but profound proposition. The trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans was a world-breaking event. The moment when humanity itself was reorganized into a global hierarchy of race, labor, property, and capital, and helped construct the global economic and racial order whose legacies continue to shape our world today. Its consequences extend far beyond Africa. It accelerated indigenous dispossession in the Americas, influenced systems of indentured labor across Asia, reshaped global trade and finance, and contributed to ecological transformations whose effects remain visible in today's climate crisis. This resolution, therefore, does not seek to rank suffering or diminish other historical tragedies.
Yes,
Rather,
let him read it.
it identifies a historical turning point
Don't
that
worry,
redefined humanity itself and established structures that continue to influence global inequalities and opportunities in the present day. By recognizing this historical reality, the international community strengthens its capacity to address contemporary challenges rooted in that shared past. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during negotiations, some delegations have raised legal and technical concerns, particularly regarding language used in the title and operative provisions. We wish to address these concerns respectfully, but clearly. The concern has been raised that
Not even worried about
describing
that.
the trafficking and
Let
racialized
it
chattel
out.
enslavement of
It's not for
Africans
you, it's for
as
the
the
people.
gravest crime against humanity
Let me
creates
teach you,
a
cuz.
hierarchy
Like,
among historical atrocities.
it's my show.
Respectfully, that interpretation is misplaced. First, the resolution does not rank suffering, nor does it attempt
Doesn't make no
to
never
create a
mind
legal hierarchy of
what
crimes
you know or
against
what you're
humanity.
saying.
Every atrocity,
We're
genocide,
not the one giving the
apartheid,
speech.
colonial violence,
Say, let me take this time real quick. It don't make no never mind what you're saying or what anybody on the New Black Media said. If I can't do my own shit and signal boost the message and get it to get the understanding out correctly. All right. Not that it wasn't done correctly or not. This is my motherfucking perspective from as a B1 FBA motherfucking signal booster. Now, I'm going to let it play. Yes, he sounds like whatever to you. Obviously, it doesn't matter. He's the one reading the shit. He has an accent. You know he doesn't know. He can't fucking speak correctly. But that's okay. I put motherfuckers in the queue that can articulate the shit accordingly. Just let the shit go on. It's just the way it is. Doesn't matter what you say or what anybody says. People need a fucking context. They need a little context to get an understanding of what's going on. That's what I do with mostly everything that I talk about on this side of the fucking spectrum. Now, sit there, go ahead and include your shit, but just understand that people need a context and they need something to go off of what we're discussing. And right now we're talking about the motherfucking reparations thing, Ghana and the U.S. That's what we're discussing. I understand. I put some fucking black individuals that speak perfect fucking English that'll, get it into understanding where we're at and what we're thinking, not what's gossipy or what's hip or what's not, but what actually is. So, that's what I'm doing. I understand we're close to your day because you wilding out right now. Still, chill out, man. Just sit back and enjoy your shit. Okay? Let everybody else fucking enjoy it. All right, let's get back to it. And I'm working on several other serious, important things. So you keep making me be distracted. You're lucky I don't have a belt.
And other crimes recognized under international law remains unequivocally condemned. The resolution simply identifies the historical mechanism that fundamentally restructured the world. A useful analogy may help clarify this point. A cardiologist.
You can tell he's on some bullshit. They're on some bullshit. Look at how they didn't even put the banner up correctly. It's all hanging up. There's like 9 people, 12 people in there. This is some bullshit. Nobody knew this was happening. Look, there's like 12 people. The banner's barely hanging on. These motherfuckers threw a tablecloth over. This is like real rushed shit. Rushed shit from the appearance. It's like me throwing together a fucking show. As soon as Jesse moves his ass out of my seat. That's exactly what I did. I threw my whole shit together in like 20 minutes. This looks like a 20-minute adventure. It's fucking crazy for it to be so fucking impactful.
Identifying the heart as central to systemic collapse is not ranking organs in order of value. They are identifying causation within a system.
I'm not tripping, cuz.
In the same way, this resolution recognizes that the trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans constituted the historical rupture that helped inaugurate the modern racialized global order. Identifying that structural role is not an exercise in comparative suffering. It is an exercise in historical clarity. Second, from a legal standpoint, the concern cannot hold for 2 reasons. First, General Assembly resolutions of this nature are declaratory political instruments, not judicial determinations. They do not and cannot establish legally binding hierarchies of crime within international criminal law. The legal framework governing crimes against humanity remains unchanged. When the title is read together with the operative text, it is clear that the resolution makes a political and historical recognition, not a judicial categorization. Further, international law itself already recognizes that certain acts may be described in superlative moral terms without creating legal hierarchies. The international community has, for example, described some crimes as the most serious crimes of concern to the international community as a whole. Such a language reflects the scale, systemic nature, and historical impact of particular atrocities, not a legal ranking of human suffering. In that same spirit, the resolution recognizes the trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as a crime whose consequences restructured global systems of labor, property, race, and capital, shaping the world within which subsequent atrocities occurred. Excellencies, for over 5 centuries, when our ancestors were reduced to property, the law was invoked to justify it. When racial segregation and hierarchy were enforced, the law was again used to sustain it. And today, when we seek simply to name this historical truth through resolution, we once again hear arguments wrapped in legal technicalities. Technicalities that risk silencing voices and obscuring historical reality. The law must never again serve as a shield to avoid truth. It must instead stand where it belongs, on the side of justice, memory, and the dignity of humanity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this moment calls for courage. The General Assembly now has an opportunity to affirm that confronting his history honestly strengthens rather than divides our shared humanity. Supporting this resolution is not an act of accusation, it is an act of recognition. It is an affirmation that the international community possesses the moral confidence to name historical realities and learn from them. The trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans shaped the world we have inherited. Acknowledging this truth honors not only the memory of those who suffered, but also the universal principles of dignity, equality, and justice upon which this organization was founded. We therefore call upon all member states to support this resolution, not for Africa alone, not for the Caribbean alone, but for humanity as a whole.
No.
Let this be a moment
I don't want to.
when the United Nations
They'll get mad.
demonstrate
I'm not-
that truth,
They don't want to make them mad.
demonstrate that truth need
Yes.
not to wait,
Can't be playing around with it.
and that moral clarity is never
He's not
premature.
moved.
History is watching. Future generations are listening. Let us act with conscience,
Embark on
with
another
unity,
campaign.
and with
Not
courage.
the move.
I thank you. Yes. All right. I saw the gentleman's hand up first. The moderator. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is Namo Abdullah with Ruda Media Network. I have 2 questions. What do you hope to be the practical implication of this resolution? What do you want to achieve in practice? I know it's symbolic, and as you say, it's not judicially binding.
All motherfucking day running.
And secondly,
for this house, kids,
you
plus doing all kinds of
said that slavery
other
played a
work.
critical
So
role
busy. I'm not
in the
waking up.
inequality we have today, the global economic inequality, and the status of Africa economically.
I'm not gonna
Do you believe slavery was the primarily cause for this inequality? Thank you.
We've been together so long, we're practically ordinary. That's why it's so pressured. You need to marry me.
Thank you. Do I take it first? Or?
Any other questions?
He's ambitious.
One by one?
Get our
Okay.
shit out of
So after this, we go to AFP.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'll refer to you as my dear brother. Yes, this is an enormous undertaking that Africa is leading. And as I had intimated, the resolution is not intended to reopen history, but to make one loud statement that the injustices and the inequalities that we are experiencing in the current global system is the outcome of the slavery and the transatlantic slave trade that we had experienced over 400 years and above. And so, yes, the resolution is a stand-alone resolution, UN General Assembly resolution, that creates the awareness among member states that indeed this crime is of monumental proportion and never again must it happen again. So the main intent is to strengthen the ongoing effort towards dealing with reparations that our Caribbean brothers and sisters are carrying on. So it seeks to unify the international community and underline the historical injustices that had occurred in the past, which must never be repeated again. So yes, the second question, I would say that yes, the transatlantic slave trade, the racialized chattel enslavement of Africans, no matter what I want, was of a significant scale and magnitude, whose consequences continue to shape the global systems today. And that has indeed
but he's about to run for office.
Contributed gravely
Doesn't
to
need any fucking
the
stress.
problem of underdevelopment and inequality that members of the G7 plus China, for instance, and then the non-aligned movement are having to deal with today. That is the creation of a just, equitable international economic and social order. That's the struggle we're seeking to
Believe me, the needs are great.
pursue. Thank you.
Amelie, AFP.
Thank you. On behalf of the UN Correspondent Association, thank you for doing this briefing. I'm Amélie Botelier-Depois from AFP News Agency. I have, you mentioned that there were issues raised about the ranking of suffering. Could you identify from which kind of countries it came from? Is it from countries that have been also quite suspicious about the issue of reparation, mainly countries who were actually organizing the slave trade? And you mentioned reparation in your introductory remarks, but is it included in the resolution as well or not?
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed. As I had intimated in my presentation, the resolution, this particular draft resolution is not intended at finger pointing. And yes, negotiations were carried out in an honest, transparent manner. The issue of the ranking of crimes certainly was not raised by countries that would say had participated actively in the heinous crime. But then we know that there is already discussions going on issues of convention on human rights, and so concerns are that, well, this resolution, the way it is framed, might attempt to rank crimes, but our objection is clear that it's not an attempt at ranking sufferings. At this point, I would not want to mention the names of countries that have raised concerns in this regard, but it is something that some countries have raised. And then on the issue of reparations, indeed, the resolution indeed has not got into details regarding reparations because we know that is being pursued a different mechanism. And so, yes, reference may be made to it here and there, but then the centrality of the draft resolution really doesn't dwell on the issue of reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kuma. Yes, we have about 3 minutes to the noon briefing, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Banjada Milola Pass Blue. Follow up to the question from the colleague from AFP. Can you just give us a little bit more on the negotiations? Could you share with us some of the sticking points? You have mentioned reparation. When you were speaking earlier, you've also said that some member state raised certain concerns. Can you just take us into that negotiation and let us understand how that went? Second question, still on negotiation, from what you might have gathered during this process, are you expecting support from Western countries? And just summarize for us what you consider the core ask of this resolution. You've mentioned that it's not dwelling dominantly on reparations. So what is the centrality of this resolution? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. On the concerns, of course, some member states had indicated that the resolution, the negotiation process was rushed, and that did not allow member states enough time to comprehensively deal with this issue. But our response is that we do not think so. What we
State raised certain concerns. Can you just take us into that negotiation and let us understand how that went? Second question, still on negotiation, from what you might have gathered during this process, are you expecting support from Western countries? And just summarize for us what you consider the core ask of this resolution. You've mentioned that it's not dwelling dominantly on reparations. So what is the centrality of this resolution? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. On the concerns, of course, some member states had indicated that the resolution, the negotiation process was rushed, and that did not allow member states enough time to comprehensively deal with this issue. But our response is that we do not think so. What we're doing is consistent with UN procedures. We've had 7 rounds of very extensive negotiations, each round or session lasting for 3 hours instead of the usual 1.5 hours allocated for this exercise. And so in terms of the time frame, we believe that we have complied with all relevant UN regulations and procedures. And then, of course, as I had intimated, the issue of ranking of crimes, I had already responded to that. The other issues are really not matters that would vitiate the essence of the resolution that that the Africa Group or Ghana is tabling on behalf of the Africa Group. And in terms of the centrality of the message we conveying, we want the United Nations to adopt standalone resolution that recognizes this heinous crime. It is important we do so for the purposes of records, and that would again provide the basis and the gravitas for other reparative mechanisms that the international system is pursuing, particularly those of the Caribbean region. So that is the central aim of this.
Support from Western countries. Are you expecting any support from Western countries?
Okay.
Well, we are expecting support from the entire global community and the Western countries, who basically are the champions of human rights, are expected to come on board. When we talk of human rights, no other group of states other than the West, can be deemed to be the champions. So as a champion of human rights, this very resolution we're pursuing is at the heart of human rights, and never again must this heinous crime occur. That is the statement we're trying to put out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Samuel Kuma from the Ghana Permanent Mission. Thank you, the Permanent Representative of Angola.
Now we'll get to it. Where I got some stuff pulled up on the other side.
March 25th, 2026 is the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery. The one day a year the world sets aside specifically to honor the millions of Africans who were kidnapped, chained, and shipped across the ocean. And on that day, that exact day, the United States of America walked into the United Nations and voted no. Not abstained, no. 123 countries stood up and said the transatlantic slave trade was the gravest crime against humanity in recorded history. 3 countries said no: America, Argentina, Israel. That is the company this nation chose to keep on the International Day of Remembrance for Slavery Victims. Let that sit. Researchers have already calculated exactly what is owed: between $14 and $26 trillion. Not millions, trillions. America has paid reparations to Japanese Americans, paid Native tribes. Germany is still writing checks to Holocaust survivors right now in 2026. But when it comes to Black people, this country has been running the same play for over 160 years. New decade, new spokesman, same answer, same excuse, same result. Today, we are going through every single one of those excuses. The 1865 version, the 1989 version, the 2019 version, and the version they just delivered at the United Nations this week. Because this is not a new story. It is the same story on a loop. And every time you hear the next excuse, I want you to feel exactly what it is: a choice. A deliberate, documented, repeated choice to protect the money and deny the debt. That should not just make you sad. That should make you furious. Let us start with the moment itself. March 25th, 2026 is the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery. That is the day the UN General Assembly chose to pass Resolution A/80/L.48. Ghana's President John Mahama stood up and led this vote on behalf of the entire 54-member African group. He talked about the millions of Africans who were kidnapped, chained, and shipped across the ocean to build wealth for other people. The final count was 123 yes votes, 3 no votes, and 52 abstentions. Mostly European countries sitting on their hands. But America did not sit on its hands. America raised its hand and said no. That same day, there was a wreath ceremony at the African Burial Ground National Monument in New York City. Hundreds of years ago, enslaved Black people were buried in that ground because they were not allowed to be buried anywhere else. The world was paying respect, and America was across town voting against their humanity. The man who cast that no vote was U.S. Deputy Ambassador Dan Negrea, and he did not hide behind silence. He went on record. He said, and I want you to hear this clearly, the United States does not recognize a legal right to reparations for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time they occurred. Translation, we stole from you legally, so we owe you nothing. That is the official position of the United States government. Not in
You're just gonna let it
1865,
play. This is my shit.
right
I'll
now,
pick whatever the
in
fuck I can take.
2026. That is not a slip. That is not one bad diplomat. That is policy. And it is a policy with a history longer and more deliberate than most people know. Here is the playbook. Pay attention to how consistent this is. Slavery was legal at the time, so we owe nothing. That was Andrew Johnson's position in 1865 when he took the land back from 40,000 black families and handed it to the Confederates. That was 150 years ago. None of us alive are responsible. That was Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell. On record, in 2019, we already handled it. The Civil War, the Civil Rights Movement. That was the unofficial position of every Congress that let H.R. 40 sit in a drawer for 36 years without a single floor vote. We don't recognize reparations liability for acts that weren't illegal under international law at the time. That was Dan Negrea at the United Nations this week. Different decade, different face, same answer. Every single version of that excuse has one purpose: protect the money. And we are going to walk through exactly how much money that is and exactly who else got paid while black people kept getting told to wait. Because here's what they do not teach you in school. The promise was made. It was real. It was on paper. January 16, 1865. Union General William Tecumseh Sherman issues Special Field Orders number 15.
This ain't even for you, cuz this is for the motherfuckers that don't know nothing about nothing and are being educated right now. So we're gonna let this educate them, and it's on the right and exact. You don't like it, it's whatever, but cuz come on now, man. Like, be chill. This is not for you. You know you're so smart. I can dig it. I'm smart too. Like a motherfucking genius. However, this ain't for us. This is for the motherfuckers that don't know and are having a hard time understanding what the fuck happened and why we are the way we are, and why the fuck this is bad, and why this is not a good thing, and why everything's anti-black. So this is educational, political motherfucking black education right here. Very important to why they keep fucking turning their backs on us, giving us the middle finger and showing their whole ass. So this is for them, not for you. You don't have to like it. I could give two fucks if you like it, but it's for them. And this is the platform. Signal boosting, the motherfucking message. And it's better to give all kinds of different dialogues of how this looks. Okay, so like I said, chill the fuck out, cuz. Like, I know you did attention, but this is not the attention you don't want. No negative attention. Try to be more positive, a little bit more, uplifting. This ain't for you. This is for everybody who wants to learn. This shit for a motherfucker like me who didn't know stuff. Okay? And I'm trying to learn. So I keep learning. You learn. Everybody learns. Each one teach one. Fucking Neely Fuller Jr. says he's always learning. So be on that. Get on code, cuz. Always learning.
400,000 acres of land along the South Carolina and Georgia coast, divided into 40-acre plots for 40,000 black families who had just been freed. That is where 40 acres and a mule comes from. It was not a rumor. It was a military order signed during the final weeks of the Civil War. Black families moved on to that land. They started building. Some of them had never owned anything in their lives, and now they had land under their feet. That lasted about 4 months. President Abraham Lincoln was killed in April 1865. Andrew Johnson took over. And Johnson, who openly believed black people were inferior, reversed Sherman's order. He gave every single acre back to the Confederates. The people who had just fought a war to keep black people enslaved got their land back. The people who had been enslaved got nothing. 400,000 acres, gone. That was the original betrayal, and everything that comes after it, every broken promise, every blocked bill, every no vote at the United Nations, it all leads back to that moment in 1865 when America chose the Confederates over the freed. Now here is where the full picture starts to get even bigger than one broken promise. Hold that thought for a second, because this is exactly the kind of story they want buried. Hey family, real talk. YouTube has shut down channels for telling exactly these kinds of stories, so I need you to find us off this platform. Go to Black Stories. Destruction came and was crushed. Jim Crow came and lasted nearly 100 years, And through all of it, the idea of reparations, of actually paying back what was stolen, was treated like a crazy, radical demand. So in 1989, a congressman from Michigan named John Conyers decided to do something modest. He introduced H.R. 40, that is, House Resolution 40, named after the 40 acres that were promised and stolen. The bill did not demand reparations. It did not demand a single dollar. It simply asked Congress to form a commission to study what happened during slavery and what the effects might be today. That is it. Study it. Just look at it. John Conyers introduced that bill every single session of Congress from 1989 until he retired in 2017. Every year, for 28 years. It never even got a hearing. When Conyers left, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee picked it up and kept pushing. In 2019, H.R. 40 finally got its first congressional hearing in decades. Writer Ta-Nehisi Coates sat in front of Congress and testified. He talked about what was stolen. He talked about the wealth gap. He talked about what this country built on Black labor and Black pain. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell was asked about it that same year. He said on record that he opposed reparations because, and I want you to hear this, we had tried to deal with it through the Civil War and through passage of civil rights legislation. And, he added, none of us currently living are responsible for what happened 150 years ago. That was 2019. That is the same logic Dan Negrea used at the UN in 2026. They have been reading from the same script for decades. In 2021, H.R. 40 cleared a committee for the first time in 32 years. People thought something was finally moving. It never got a floor vote. It has been blocked at every turn. And this is where everything connects. While Congress was blocking a bill to even study the question, economists were already running the numbers. Thomas Kramer at the University of Connecticut published his calculation in the Social Science Quarterly. He put the figure at $20 trillion in today's money. That accounts for the unpaid labor of enslaved people over roughly 2.5 centuries, compounded over time. The Brattle Group, a legal research firm, published their own analysis in July 2023. They came in at $26 trillion for U.S.-specific liability. Duke University economist William Sandy Darity calculated between $13 and $14 trillion as the amount needed just to close the current racial wealth gap. 3 different methodologies, 3 different research teams, all landing between $13 and $26 trillion. That is not a fringe theory. That is peer-reviewed economic research. And America's answer is still no. Now let us talk about the part that exposes this whole thing as a choice. Because America does pay reparations, just not the Black people. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed the Civil Liberties Act. That law paid $20,000 per person to Japanese Americans who had been locked in internment camps during World War II. Over 82,000 people received checks. The total payout was $1.6 billion. Reagan signed it. Congress passed it. No one called it crazy or radical. It was just the right thing to do. The Obama administration paid out more than $3.3 billion in federal trust settlements to Native American tribes. Paid. Done. And Germany has been paying Holocaust survivors since 1952 under the Luxembourg Agreement. By 2021, Germany had paid out roughly $100 billion total. In 2024 alone, Germany paid $1.4 billion to 128,000 survivors. Germany keeps paying because Germany understands that what happened was a crime. America cannot even admit that slavery was wrong under international law. The pattern is not complicated. When the victims are not Black, America pays. When the victims are Black, America votes no at the United Nations. And it does not stop at the vote. The erasure is happening right now, in real time, and it started exactly 1 year before the UN vote. On March 27, 2025, 1 year to the day before America voted no in Geneva, President Trump signed Executive Order 14253, titled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. That order targeted the National Museum of African American History and Culture. The one museum in this country built specifically to document what Black people survived and built and achieved. They went after it directly. And that was not the first move. On January 20th, 2025, his first day back in office, Trump signed an executive order eliminating all federal diversity programs across the entire government. Think about what that combination means. You eliminate the programs that tried to correct the inequality. Then you target the museum that documents why the inequality exists. Then 1 year later, you vote no at the United Nations when the world tries to call slavery what it was. That is not a coincidence. That is a strategy. And the strategy has been the same since Andrew Johnson gave the land back to the Confederates in 1865. Deny what happened. Block every attempt to fix it. Erase every record of it. And when the world asks you to simply acknowledge it, say no. This is why the UN vote matters beyond the vote itself. Because when Dan Negrea stood up on March 25th, 2026, and said America does not recognize reparations liability, he was not making a new argument. He was reading from a playbook that is more than 160 years old. The theft was real. The numbers are documented. The precedents for payment exist. Every other group got some form of acknowledgement. Black people in America get a blocked bill, a targeted museum, and a no vote on the International Day of Remembrance. Ayanna Pressley reintroduced H.R. 40 in February 2025 in the 119th Congress. As of this vote, it is still waiting, still sitting, still blocked, 36 years and counting. Here is the truth they cannot erase, no matter how many executive orders they sign. Scholars have calculated the debt. The world has named the crime. 123 countries stood up and said it out loud. 3 said no, and one of them was supposed to be the land of the free. The fight for reparations is not about charity. It is not about handouts. It is about a debt that was calculated, documented, and proven, and a government that keeps choosing to look away.
Begin to heal individually within our immediate communities and also within the global community. This day of remembrance did not happen by accident. In 2006, our global community gathered here, just as we have done today, and resolved to designate the 25th of March of the following year a day of remembrance. It marked significant progress. Then the following year, in 2007, we decided to make the event an annual one so that the 25th March of every year would be the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. That marked an additional step in our forward motion. And so it's indeed fortuitous to be here today, 2 decades later, addressing the General Assembly on behalf of the African Group regarding the draft resolution entitled Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans as the Gravest Crime Against Humanity. In September last year, at the 80th session of the General Assembly, I stood in this exact place and served notice that Ghana will move a motion to declare the transatlantic slave trade the gravest crime against humanity. This current draft resolution is a result of months of consultation and consensus building by continental bodies, nations, experts, scholars, and jurists, with the sole aim of achieving a united front and grounding the final outcome in truth, compassion, and moral conscience, remembrance, education, and dialogue. So today we come together in solemn solidarity to affirm truth and pursue a route to healing and reparative justice. The adoption of this resolution serves as a safeguard against forgetting. It also challenges the enduring scars of slavery. Madam President, let me conclude with two significant quotes by two great leaders of history, one of them white and one of them black. The former President of the United States of America, Theodore Roosevelt, said, and I quote, "With a great moral issue involved, neutrality does not serve righteousness. For to be neutral between right and wrong is to serve wrong." Again, civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King also reminds us, and I quote, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." We've traveled this long road, each step guided by a desire to be better and to do better. Each step bringing us closer to the kind of world we would want to leave for our children. And so, delegates, on this beautiful day in March, we're called to stand on the right side of history. Let it be recorded that when history beckoned, we did what was right for the memory of the millions who suffered the indignity of the slave trade and those who continue to suffer racial discrimination. Let our vote on this resolution restore their dignity and humanity.
Now, yesterday, Ghana's president did not hold back criticizing the United States, Donald Trump, for their attack on Black history, Black authors, and Black books.
Here in the United States, Black history courses are being removed from school curricula. Schools are being mandated to stop teaching students about the truth of slavery, segregation, and racism in American history courses. Books about those topics are being banned in schools and public libraries. Museums, art centers, and other institutions whose budgets rely in any way on public funds are being prohibited from scheduling exhibitions and programs or from displaying materials promoting racial awareness or Black history. Much like the law that was put in place to regulate the punishment of the enslaved in Barbados, these policies are becoming a template for other governments as well as some private institutions. At the very least, they are slowly normalizing the erasure. They are slowly normalizing erasure.
Now, folks, before today's vote by the United Nations, Ghana's president led a solemn wreath-laying ceremony at the African Burial Ground National Monument in New York City, paying tribute to the nearly 20,000 Africans who were enslaved and buried there. The poignant gesture marked Ghana's commemoration of the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. It was part of a broader push for reparatory justice. New York City President Zoran Mamdani, he spoke at that ceremony as well.
First, thank you to the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, for hosting today's wreath laying. Ghana is a nation that holds deep meaning for me. My father gave me the middle name Kwame after Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana, a leader who fought for freedom. And that longing of freedom unites all of humanity across geography and history. It is that longing for freedom and the sacrifices made by so many to win it that we are here today to commemorate. And I want to acknowledge a number of leaders that are also here with us. It was a pleasure to be preceded by Reverend Al Sharpton, as well as members of the president's team and representatives from across the region, including the Caribbean. I also am here with a number of leaders from our administration. We have our Commissioner, Afia Atta-Mensah, who is here with us. Commissioner Ana Maria Archia, From the Office of International Affairs, we have our public advocate, Jumaane Williams, who is here with us, as well as State Senator James Sanders, Assemblymember Al Taylor, so many other leaders, including our outgoing commissioner as well. And we are here in many ways because nearly 400 years ago, the first enslaved people arrived at the port of New York. 22 souls, likely from Angola, were originally aboard a Portuguese ship bound for sugar plantations in Cartagena before the Dutch intercepted and enslaved them once more, this time under the Dutch West India Company. And so began a shameful history of slavery here in our city, one that is just as much a part of our story as the Revolutionary War battles that were fought in Brooklyn or the bridges and skyscrapers that defied any precedent. According to New Amsterdam's 1665 tax list, 12% of the residents of this city at the time were slaveholders. By the mid-1700s, New York City was home to the most enslaved people outside of the South, until the Act for the Gradual Abolition of Slavery in 1799. Even then, freedom was partial and often cruelly withheld. None of the enslaved New Yorkers who helped to build Wall Street ever benefited from the enormous wealth that it created. And the dignity and security granted to so many of our earliest settlers was denied to those of African descent, even those fortunate enough to be deemed free. Land deeds once granted were rescinded, the franchise of voting so often out of reach. Our city and its incredible spirit, wealth, and global significance is inextricably intertwined with the horrific history of the transatlantic slave trade. One need look no further for proof than the very ground upon which we stand today, which was at one time the largest cemetery of Black New Yorkers, many of whom were enslaved. It was only when construction began on a 34-story federal building on this site in 1991 that our city paused to reckon with what was here. I am grateful to the community members, historians, archaeologists, all those who helped to reveal what lay beneath our streets, to draw attention to the history of our city. And as was said earlier, the tension that also lies at the heart of it. That history must never be forgotten. And when we tell it, let us tell it in its totality. For we know the history of Black New Yorkers is not just one of oppression. It is one of resistance, of organizing, of fighting for freedom, among so much else. Let us tell the stories of Black New Yorkers who fought in the slave revolt of 1712, demanding dignity only 1 year after the first slave market in New York City was erected at the foot of Wall Street. Let us tell the story of the community of Weeksville, founded in 1838, just 11 years after New York State outlawed slavery, and how it would grow into a self-sustaining, safe haven for escaped and freed slaves with its own schools, churches, and newspapers. And let us tell the story of the many who continue to resist the long shadow of slavery and discrimination. From the thousands of men, women, and children who participated in the silent march on Fifth Avenue in 1917, to the activists and archivists who have continued to honor the legacies of those whose names would otherwise be lost to time. Today, as we gather to remember the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, let us recommit to the work of building a New York City where every New Yorker can live a life of dignity and freedom that so many other New Yorkers were so cruelly denied, that so many sacrificed so much to obtain. And in a city that is proud to celebrate the intertwined nature of Black history and New York City history, let us also ensure that this is a city where the writing of Black history can continue in the weeks and months and years to come. May we honor the memory of those that we have lost as we build a New York City worthy of its struggles.
All right, folks, we have Jahan LeBlanc back. Jahan, you were saying that it's a resolution, but the reality is it is important to see the folks who are on record and where they stand in terms of other countries.
No, absolutely. I think part of this process, part of the reason that President Muhammad introduced this resolution is because he wanted to elevate the conversation politically, certainly, which China actually voted to recognize this, as well as Russia, right? So there are ourselves on the continent, and the way we think about the world. I think no matter what kind of reparations that we have,
the international pharmaceutical community, and Tamara Lanier lawsuit against Harvard University. These cases invited the 5 forms of reparations under international law, that being restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. With our model of reparations through litigation, we endeavor to evolve from justice from courtrooms to global frameworks for the entire diaspora.
Her mic is fucking
193. That's the number of member nations in the world body. 193. Put it up for a mass. The UN General Assembly on Wednesday did, in fact, adopt a resolution declaring the trafficking of enslaved Africans, quote, the gravest crime against humanity, end quote, and calling for reparations as, quote, a concrete step towards remedying historical wrongs. Unlike UN Security Council resolutions, General Assembly resolutions are not legally binding, but are important reflections of world opinion. The president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, a key architect of the resolution, said before the vote, quote, today we come together in solemn solidarity to affirm the truth and pursue a route to healing and reparative justice. Let me remind everyone that the United States of America is not antithetical to the notion of reparations. They are not anti-reparations. They are actually pro-reparations. They have given reparations to former slave owners in the United States of America. They have given reparations to the Japanese. This country has given reparations to family members of Holocaust survivors and even a form of reparations to Native Americans. But they have not given reparations to Black folk. And we can argue that the reparations they have given, in particular to Native Americans, was not wholly appropriate to the crimes against them. With that being said, reparations against descendants of African slaves is what they are adverse to. Not reparations as a concept, reparations as a concept as it relates to enslaved African descendants. Okay? Put it up for a mass. The vote in the 193-member world body, 123-3, with 52 deciding not to even participate. Argentina, Israel, and the United States were the 3 members voting against it, which is insane. Okay. The United Kingdom and all 27 members of the European Union were among those that abstained from the vote. Some of the 52 countries that abstained from the voting include the United Kingdom, Spain, Canada, France, Belgium, Portugal, Finland, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, Germany, and even Japan. It goes without saying that most of whom historically participate or benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. The Netherlands remains the only European country to have issued a formal apology for its role in slavery. Japan is interesting because they voted or they decided to abstain, likely because of current diplomatic talks that they're having with the White House. The irony of that is if America believed in your autonomy, your independence, your sovereignty, your opinion about this matter should not interfere with your negotiations today. But see, this country or the leaders thereof, they don't believe in your right to be sovereign. They don't believe in your right to have a sovereign opinion, especially if that opinion somehow offends the opinion of Trump. Not of the nation, but of Trump. And yes, this country has technically apologized for Jim Crow and other things. But with those resolutions, with the apology it came with a caveat. And the caveat said, this wording cannot be used against us in a court of law. There's more. The UK said it recognized the gravity of the issues addressed in the resolution and the untold harm and misery the transatlantic slave trade had inflicted on millions of people over many decades. But James Kariuki, the UK chargé d'affaires to the UN, said Britain continued to disagree with fundamental positions. Britain disagreed with fundamental propositions of the text and was, quote, firmly of the view that we must not create a hierarchy of historical atrocities. What? Let me read that again. Firmly of the view that we must not create a hierarchy of historical atrocities. Quote, no single set of atrocities should be regarded as more or less significant than the other, he said. Well, wow. Well, let's do this then. Since you want that to be the historical view, would that work in the current view? Let's say murder is the same as littering. Would that work? Because that's a hierarchy. That's called a criminal hierarchy. So we're going to treat the murderer in the same context that we treat the guy that threw trash on the ground. Because you don't want hierarchy as it relates to wrongs. It's a dumb premise. It's insane. And the reason why they want you to buy the framework of that premise is because that premise makes them the number one criminal. That's why. That premise makes them the number one thugs. That premise makes them the number one gang. So let's not have a hierarchy of historical wrongs anymore. Let's, these atrocities are just general. Let's just generally call them atrocities. There's more. Nearly 13 million. Nearly 13 million African people were kidnapped. Nearly 13 million were kidnapped, trafficked across the Atlantic to the Americas.
He's so tired.
Including the British, the French, the Spanish colonies that would later comprise the United States. 2 million people died during the barbaric Middle Passage. That number is a low estimate. African countries were destabilized. They were left vulnerable to conquest, colonization, and violence for centuries. In the Americas, a caste system based on race and color emerged in tandem with the legal and political systems to codify white supremacy and enshrine enslavement as a permanent and heritage status. It became an inherited dynamic for all of us. So how does racism actually start? Well, racism doesn't start with race. Racism started with the social caste system. Racism, and I'm talking about the ism. I'm not talking about the bigotry. I'm talking about the ism, the system of racism, the system. You tell a group of people that they are superior and another group that they are inferior, and then you create government structures around that ideology. Over time, that government structure becomes more than a government structure. It becomes an ideology adopted and embodied by the individuals who have to exist in such a permeated system. And over time, those differences become echoed in the social framework of the general population. Racism emerges. Race is always here, has always been here. The ism is a created dynamic so that the powerful can remain powerful. Put it up full mass in terms of Belgium. According to American writer Adam Haskell, do you remember this? We talked about this on Indisputable years ago. King Leopold II of Belgium. Now, this man is worse than Hitler, but you don't hear him echoed as such. Like any other European power seeking new territory in Africa, this was his job. He carved for himself and took control of a vast unexploited land in the banks of the River Congo in the present-day Democratic Republic of Congo. The people of Congo were purchased like any merchandise, and then they were owned by the king, making the entire population of the Congo slaves to one person, King Leopold. He set out to carry out plunder, looted, severely brutalized individuals in the Congo. It is estimated that 10 to 15 million people were killed as a result of actions or the inactions of King Leopold. Let's go to Argentina, a problematic history. Between the 16th and 19th centuries, long before the wave of European migration, more than 200,000 enslaved Africans arrived at the twin ports of the River Plate. Buenos Aires, capital cities of what are now Argentina and Uruguay. Well, the number of slaves who arrived at the region of the River Plate is almost half of those who arrived in the U.S., which gives an idea of the magnitude of slave traffic in the River Plate region. It's not a small thing. Slavery in Argentina isn't discussed as much, but it's real. Evidenced by the fact that they were a no vote in being able to historically and accurately and appropriately judge themselves. Slavery in Argentina was officially abolished in 1813. 1813 officially abolished, though the practice persisted in various forms across the Americas until the 1850s. We still have slavery in America. It's called the prison system. After abolition, Afro-Argentinians were theoretically free to pursue their destinies, but their numbers began to decline dramatically. They were free in theory only. Sounds familiar? Historians attribute this decline to two primary factors: the devastating war and the yellow fever epidemic. That was in 1871. During the war, thousands of men were conscripted, sent to the front lines, where they faced heavy casualties in a conflict that was not their own. Does that sound familiar? Many Nazi war criminals and sympathizers also immigrated to Argentina after the Second World War. They did this to escape prosecution. This included Joseph Mengele, the SS doctor who performed experiments on prisoners and was one of the organizing minds behind the Holocaust. Argentina's whitening process, let's talk about it, has been studied in depth by U.S. academic Erica Edwards in her book, Hiding in Plain Sight, published last year by the University of Alabama Press. Quote, the whitening project was a successful endeavor in terms of the erasure of Blackness, said Edwards. The idea that somebody could be the descendant of a slave is just not there. That belief is strictly European. Argentina continues to percolate. We are all descendants from Europe, said the president at the 2018 World Economic Forum in Davos. It wasn't until 2010 census that an opinion was included for Argentinians wishing to self-identify as Afro-descendants. Israel and modern-day human trafficking. The government of Israel does not fully meet the minimum standards for the elimination of trafficking, but is making significant efforts to do so. The government's efforts to hold labor traffickers criminally accountable remained inadequate, and it did not consistently investigate labor trafficking cases referred by NGOs. These are nonprofits that are doing good work in the region, despite regularly recognizing labor trafficking victims and the presence of approximately 137,000 foreign workers in Israel. The government has not initiated a labor trafficking prosecution in 4 consecutive years. And if you happen to be Black and a resident of Israel, you do not have full right. You do not have full access. It's called mobility law. Damn shame. All right, dear brother, thoughts here.
I mean, first of all, incredibly well said. That was awesome. I think the
One more.
Sure footing for how we defend our rights to be able to wear our hair as the good Lord, or divine evolution, or I guess divine and evolution don't necessarily go together. Evolution. Be breaking it down, or at least I try my best, and I appreciate that you all hold space for me to do exactly that. We got a lot to get to today. As I already told the Urban View audience, hey YouTube, welcome. As I already told the Urban View audience, I'm in a very good mood today because I've been able to bear witness to something historic, something dynamic, something that it's kind of like the Crown Act, but on an international scale. And I say it because when I wrote my book, Afro State of Mind, Memories of a Nappy-Headed Black Girl, in 2013, I put it out, and I remember feeling like, we ain't never gonna get like this justice thing when it comes to natural hair and our ability to wear our hair as an extension of who we are without being penalized for it or racially discriminated against. I didn't see a real legal pathway forward. I just thought that we were gonna have to just say, F y'all, we gonna do what we got to do on our own. And then we got the Crown Act. Not that the Crown Act is perfect, but shout out to Adjoa Asmoa, attorney Wendy L. Green, and all the other amazing.
Crown Act is for everybody now. It's not even for Black people anymore. It primarily doesn't even allow Black people to use it. It's mostly for everybody and their goddamn mama to use it. Because whenever a Black person tries to use it, they ignore it and they push it off to other shit. Trust and believe. We know.
Amazing dynamic people who have come together to put the Crown Act together, because it has given us a legal framework that allows us to have a more sure footing for how we defend our rights to be able to wear our hair.
This is just the stupidest dialogue right here, because if she's been paying attention, it's for everybody. If she's been watching certain cases, when they talk about hair and hair discrimination, Black people are always fucking punished and crucified by continuously through this day. To this day, look at the little boy we were talking about maybe a few years back who had locks, and they were all pretty and put up, but the school had to give him all this hell. He was in a Texas school, all white school, you know what I mean? And they ended up expelling him and kicking him out of school, even though he was a good student and he played on the team. You know what I mean? So there's a lot going on right there. But let a motherfucking white kid with a motherfucking mohawk, or a fucking white some Black student be on some other shit wearing a wig or lace front, they ain't gonna trip. It's a Crown Act. You know what I mean? He can do whatever social expression he wants to, but let a Black child want to express themselves in locks, twists, braids, fucking extensions, sew-ins, motherfucking beads on the bottom. No, it's not happening. They want you clean. They'll say they're dirty, though we know they're dead. They've probably got the cleanest heads ever. So talking about us versus their oily fucking shit. we get the shit. So she was hip to it. She know that.
As the good Lord, or divine evolution, or I guess divine and evolution don't necessarily go together. Evolution or divinity, or just the universe being dope and amazing, and knowing that natural kinky coily hair that reaches up to the sun is the best kind to have. I mean, I don't make the rules, but we now have a legal framework, and I was surprised by that because I didn't think it was actually going to work. I'm a bit of a pessimist when it comes to our ability to move things legally. It's probably because I'm an attorney and I'm kind of pessimistic on those things, very optimistic on others. But that's kind of how I feel right now in this moment about what happened with regards to Ghana and this entire effort to pass this resolution. And I actually have to correct the record. I have been calling it the transatlantic slave trade resolution. It is not a transatlantic slave trade resolution. And I have to I think the video that I put out this morning of me speaking last night, which I'm going to play for you all, at the African mission, is basically, I think I even used the phrase transatlantic slave trade. And so I have to change that because that is not correct. The correct title.
Listen, before she gets into some bullshit, I don't give a good goddamn about this lock situation. You're a grown-ass man. The fact that we still have to live like this is fucking ridiculous. You don't like it because she has to read. I don't like some of this. Seems like a lot of tether activity, but we're gonna get down to it. This is like the second time I listened to this sister, and I don't know where she's from. I haven't looked at it. I don't follow her regularly. I just wanted to hear what she had to say on this particular thing. And I heard some of it. That's why she was in the queue.
Of the resolution is the following quote: the declaration of the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the greatest crime against humanity. It does not say transatlantic slave trade specifically because there was also an Arab Eastern portion of the slave trade that we often forget to talk about. Prior to the Europeans coming into Africa, we had a whole lot of people from Arab communities and nations that were engaging in this trade. And so the language of this resolution is so dynamic and so powerful. We are going to unpack it today, and we're going to unpack some of the questions.
It's broad and ambiguous, what she means to say.
People have about it. I've seen a number of folks who said they're going to try to take our reparations money. That's Ghana coming in here. They're going to take our money. Friends, take a deep breath. We're going to talk about what this means. We're going to talk about it, what it looks like, and we're going to talk about why that's wrong. But I want to do so in a way that respects the fact that people are hearing about this for the first time. A lot of people who have formed opinions about it ain't actually read the damn thing. So we are going to read through this today. So that's what I would like to focus on this morning. And part of this may have to go into the podcast. I don't know if I'll be able to get through all of it, but I want to start again with the title because Ghana was able to successfully pull the world together to vote on the declaration of the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime.
We're not giving no fucking clap. We're supposed to clap for Ghana doing something when they're complicit. No. Like, we're not supposed to be worried about that. Now we have to worry about them fucking pulling the motherfucking rug out from everybody. That's what she's not fucking seeing. This is a sneaky ass little project that nobody really was aware was going to happen over there. So, come on now. Let's not play it like, oh man, this is planned. No, this wasn't like we knew. We didn't know. This is like all the work that's fucking done. And the language is broad and ambiguous. I know. I've been reading it.
Against humanity. And so even within the title, we're answering some questions, right? Because I've seen some critics who said, well, there was slavery beforehand. And some of the people who was in Ghana, they was a part of the slave trade. Friends, we understand that. That technically is correct. Although the way a lot of you are saying it and articulating it is very flat, it's very simplistic, and it removes all of the nuance. And I know for some people, nuance means, oh, it's a conspiracy. Nuance requires higher level thinking. Nuance requires us to be a little bit more patient with concepts and ideas because it allows us to envelop all of the intricacies thereof. So
what she's saying is we need to be more patient and allow more fucking double speak and word salad to affect our brain instead of us breaking it down and keeping it simple that nobody likes. Okay. Malcolm X said keep it plain. So that's how we do it. She's always talking about we need to accept all this motherfucking word salad, double talk in ambiguous terms, and just let it go. Just let it ride. But that's not what's going to happen. Not even a little bit.
I have been, I just want to make sure, let me go to my notes. Okay, yes, I corrected my language of it. It's not specific just to the transatlantic slave trade because, again, the trafficking of African human beings is something that has been happening all over the place. So what's very interesting about this, however, is how the vote came out. And the vote came out in a very particular way. And I'm actually going to share my screen so you all can see how the vote looked on the screen, right? And because it was shocking, I'll be honest with you, a little pessimistic. I already said that. I didn't know that this vote was going to pass. Okay. I really did not know that this vote was going to pass. In fact, let me share my screen so you all can see what the tally of the votes were. And so when it came to those countries who voted in favor, 123 countries voted in favor of the resolution. I'm talking countries like Chad and Chile and China and Costa Rica and Cote d'Ivoire and Democratic Republic of the Congo and Djibouti and Dominican Republic and Iran and Mexico and Mali and all these countries that supported African nations and South American and Caribbean and Latin American nations, all in support.
All of which have benefited from one form of slavery or another.
Now, there were 52 nations that abstained. Let's look at the abstentions, shall we? You'll see them in yellow. We've got Albania, European, Armenia, European, Australia, European, Austria, European, Belgium, European, Bosnia-Herzegovina, European, Bulgaria, European, Cambodia, not European, Asian and abstained. Canada, European and abstained. Croatia, Cyprus, you see the countries. It was literally the European nations and their progeny voting to abstain abstain, right? Voting to abstain. Everyone else votes in favor. 52 nations vote to abstain. And then who are these three little bitch ass motherfuckers who said no? Oh, it's the United States, Israel, and Argentina. Of course. So what's interesting about this is that we see that these three nations, which are the apartheid nations, okay, Argentina, Israel, and United States of America, have been credibly identified by international bodies as being apartheid-ish or apartheid adjacent, if not wholly engaging in apartheid. I'm talking about, again, Israel, United States, and Argentina. And somebody at a session I was at yesterday was like, what's Argentina's deal? What they doing? Well, you got to remember, Argentina, after the enslavement of African people in Argentina, and
apartheid is like motherfucking enhanced segregation. That's what that means. Where we were segregated, you know what I mean, and we were being mistreated. That's what apartheid means. Except over here, we'll call it segregation, versus South Africa, they'll call it apartheid. See what I'm saying? It's all around the same time, though.
the enslavement of the indigenous people of Argentina. Argentina was largely taken over by the whites in Argentina. And the whites in Argentina decided to import additional Europeans so that they could purge and blanqueamiento. There's this concept called blanqueamiento, which is the whitening of the race. And they purged the black and indigenous presence to the best of their ability by importing Europeans, giving them favorable treatment and contract terms and employment opportunities and housing opportunities. Oh, and being a safe haven for the Nazis. So it was very interesting to me that when I saw some of the critics of this resolution outside of the apartheid Nazi states, outside of the European states that abstained, it was groups like the protesters that I told you all about. And not that all FBA people are a part of the protest. Apparently, I am now, as I discovered yesterday with Urban View, I did not realize that the Foundation of Black American label applies to me. But there were some people who were upset about this, who are a part of that group. And they said a number of things. And it was so interesting because yesterday I was at an event. Again, I'll share the video from it.
Since we ain't protesting, what the fuck is she talking about protesting? Aside from what we're talking about now, I guess if this is a protest. But this bitch is wild. You didn't know you were FBA, cuz? Why not? You're speaking in FBA forums. Why you didn't know?
I was at this event, and every time we announced the American, Israeli, Argentinian vote, the people in the crowd who were a part of that organization clapped very loudly because they wanted it to be clear that they were happy that America voted no. And that's their right. That's their prerogative. So I thought it was very important that we have an opportunity to talk about what happened and what this resolution actually does. Okay, so because I don't want y'all to have to believe me, I want you to see it for yourself. I am going to now show you where I was able to pull the resolution, because I encourage you all to do the very same thing. We're going to share my screen. Hold on, let me get right back to it. We're going to share the screen here, and I want you to see this website. And all I did was I Googled the title of the resolution itself, but you can see here it's in the United Nations Digital Library, and you can scroll down and you can download this in just about any language that's available. And it's available well, not any language, many languages. You can download it in Spanish, French, English, Chinese, I believe that's Arabic as well. And so that's what I did. I hit download for English, as all of you can do, so you can read this on your own and confirm that what I am telling you is accurate. Now I'm going to stop sharing my screen here because having already downloaded the document, I now want to share with you the document itself, because we're going to talk about it a little bit. Okay. So the document is a traditional resolution. It's 7 pages long, not even that long. So even those of us who struggle with literacy, we should be able to make our way through this. As you can see here, this is the top of the page, and this is in the 80th session of the General Assembly. And here you have the title, Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans as the Gravest Crime Against Humanity. And then there's the introduction of the resolution. And a resolution is kind of like one of those documents where you say, whereas these things happened, and whereas those things happened, and whereas people was doing this, that, and the other thing, and all these things that happened, because of all these things that had happened, we now have to agree to do this. And so that's what the first part of this document is. It starts at the beginning. recalling the aims, purposes, and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, reaffirming the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which proclaimed that no one shall be held in slavery or servitude, and that slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms, reaffirming also, and then they go on, and it's page after page of all of the legal principles upon which recognizing the enslavement of a people is wrong and diabolical. It lists the past efforts that have gone into this. It lists the Durban Resolution. It lists all of these different conferences and commemorations and efforts that the UN has engaged in when it comes to women and girls and young children who have been turned into soldiers of war. It's a powerful, powerful document. And I'm not going to read those things because we literally, it's a 2-hour show and I've got like 20 minutes left for this segment. But as you go through these pages, and it says we're taking notes of the designation of the African Union of 2025 as the year of justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. And it goes on. And then by the time you get down here to page number, we're scrolling, page number 6. The final recognition is that recognizing that the legacies of slavery and the and the transatlantic slave trade persist today in the form of structural racism, racial inequalities, underdevelopment, marginalization, and socioeconomic disparities affecting Africans and people of African descent all over the world. Having recognized everything that came before that, here is what the resolution does. We're going to take these one by one. Number 1, unequivocally condemns the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans, slavery, and the transatlantic slave trade as the most inhumane and enduring injustice against humanity. Now, some of the European nations was a little upset about this. They was like, well, why we got to say it was the most enduring? We don't have, well, they didn't say it in that voice. Why do we have to say it was the most enduring of all the disasters that befall humankind? There were other people who suffered, other people who went through things. Why must this be the most grave thing? And the answer to that is because none of them other atrocities created a multi-century intergenerational system of oppression that we are still living with today. It shifted time. It shifted paradigms. It shifted capacity. It made African people unhuman in the eyes of the rest of the world. And that system still persists today. So that's the answer to that question. Now when it goes to number 2, this resolution declares the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. Keep in mind, prior to the enslavement of African people, we did not have chattel slavery. We had regular slavery. Now, regular slavery was still slavery. It's some bullshit. I ain't gonna hold you. But regular slavery was something that was happening all around the world. If you got captured in a war, you were going to be enslaved to the winning group and you were going to have to work for them. You would be able to work your way up through society. Eventually, many people were able to buy themselves free or marry into the family and become subsumed into the group of people that had colonized you or won the war. Now, obviously, you probably didn't want that. You didn't want to lose the war, but you were still a human being. You still retained your rights to humanity. You were never considered property, and your children's children in perpetuity were not going to be born into the same state of enslavement that you were. That all changed with chattel slavery. Chattel slavery was brand new. Ain't nobody had heard of it before. So the people in the continent of Africa, the people all throughout the world who had already been engaging in a practice known as enslavement, which for many people would be more akin to what the Europeans were doing when it came to the feudal system, and you had the serfs living on the land of the nobles and the landlords, which is where we get the phrase landlords. It was a very different type of slavery because the enslavement of African people vis-a-vis the transatlantic slave trade and the slave trade of African people into Arab nations, that was chattel. You lose your humanity. You're rendered rightsless. You have no rights that anyone is bound to respect. You have no ability to resist. You have no ability to, in fact, when you resist, they say you're mentally ill and will give you diseases that they made up like drapetomania, right? So there's a fundamental difference in what happened during the enslavement of African people. Let's get back to this because I want to make sure that you all are able to see it, because we got more to get to. All right, I'm gonna have to do this in 2 parts. Okay, then the third thing is that it emphasizes the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity by reason of the definitive break in world history, scale, duration, systemic nature, brutality, and enduring consequences that continue to structure the lives of all people through racialized regimes of labor, property, and capital. This resolution recognizes that the trafficking of Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans constitute violations of jus cogens, which is complementary law. Like everybody law basically know this shit was fucked up. And we didn't have to wait until 2026 to know it. Y'all knew it was fucked up back then because you had entire legal systems that were created to show you how to punish Black people for resisting, how to punish the non-Black people who were trying to help Black people resisting. So we knew that you knew We knew that you knew, that we would know that you knew back then that this shit was fugazi. And so you don't get to say that the law of the time was very different. That's what the Netherlands tried to say. They were like, well, we believe that the transatlantic slave trade and the trafficking and chattelization of Africans was terrible, but we cannot say there was no international law that prevented it at the time. So is it really a violation of international law? Yes, bitch, it is, because y'all motherfuckers created international systems of oppression. Let's get back to the document. The resolution reaffirms its collective recognition of the profound and lasting impacts of the abhorrent regimes of slavery and colonialism and the persistence of racial discrimination and neo-colonialism on Africans and people of African descent, and how this continues to cause immense suffering, cultural disruption, economic exploitation, emotional trauma, and unending discrimination endured by Africans and people of African descent throughout history. Number 6, the resolution affirms the importance of addressing historical wrongs affecting Africans and people of African descent in a manner that promotes justice, human rights, dignity, and healing, and emphasizes that claims for reparations represent a concrete step towards remedying historical wrongs against Africans and people of African descent. Number 7, the resolution notes that in various historical contexts, reparations and other forms of redress have been provided in respect to other grave crimes committed against particular groups, reflecting the principle under international law that international wrongful acts entail a duty of reparation, and notes with concern that no comprehensive reparatory framework has yet been realized for the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans, despite its scale, duration, and enduring consequences. Next page, number 8. The resolution calls upon member states individually and collectively to engage in inclusive, good faith dialogue on reparatory justice, including a full and formal apology, measures of restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, guarantees of non-repetition, and changes to laws, programs, and services to address racism and systemic discrimination. Number 9, it calls for the prompt and unhindered restitution of cultural properties, objects d'art, monuments, museum pieces. They said, bring us all our shit back. Museum pieces, artifacts, manuscripts, and documents, and national archives that are of spiritual, historical, and cultural or other value to countries of origin without charge, and urges the strengthening of international cooperation on reparations for any damage done, and recognizing that this leads to the promotion of national culture and the enjoyment of cultural rights by present and future generations. Number 10, it encourages member states to support initiatives aimed at reparatory justice and sustainable development for affected peoples, including consideration of contributions to reparations-related programs established by relevant regional organizations. Number 11, oh Lord, I forgot. Okay, I might not get through all this. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna try. All right, number 11. Resolution requests the Secretary General, in coordination with the United Nations system, including the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization and the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, to strengthen coordination on remembrance, education, research, capacity building related to the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans and its legacies. Number 12, the resolution encourages member states to make voluntary contributions to support coordination efforts within the United Nations system on remembrance, education, research, capacity building related to the trafficking of enslaved Africans, racialized chattel enslavement of Africans and its enduring legacies, and also encourages member states to cooperate with relevant initiatives of the African Union through capacity building, technical training, and support for cultural diplomacy projects of mutual interest. Number 13, it invites the African Union, the Caribbean Community, the Organization of American States, and other relevant regional and sub-regional organizations to collaborate with member states and United Nations entities in developing frameworks for dialogue, cooperation, and action on reparatory justice and reconciliation. Number 14, it encourages member states to promote comprehensive educational programs, memorialization initiatives, and scholarly research on slavery, the trafficking of enslaved Africans, and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans and their consequences, including through curricula, museums, heritage sites, and public awareness campaigns. It requests the Secretary General to submit to the General Assembly at its 82nd session a report on the actions taken by states in implementation of the present resolution, including progress made in remembrance, education, and dialogue on reparatory justice. Number 16, finally, we made it, decides to include in the provisional agenda of its 82nd session the item entitled Commemoration of the Abolition of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade, to consider the report of the Secretary General. All of you are able to pull this document and read it. The reason I wanted to go through it is because we got to get ahead of the misinformation and the disinformation campaigns that are already out.
It basically said the same shit for five, 6 lines.
and they're all in abundance. And the reason this matters is because when you have people who say things like, these Africans just gonna take our reparations money, said by people who are already actively pushing this line online and in their own respective spaces. Number one, if you are a part of a group that has declared that you are by lineage not connected to any other branch of the African tree, you have said that you are in alignment with America. This is a group that was very proud that, and I'm talking about foundational Black Americans, apparently of which I am one by birth, so you know, okay. But if that is your perspective and you do not believe that the United Nations as a body has any impact on you and that you are American, you ain't no African, why are you concerned with what African people are doing at the UN? It doesn't concern you, remember? Because you said this wasn't your fight. You said you wanted reparations from America.
This bitch is wild. Why would we be concerned? Because undermining everything we fucking did. It's like a fucking, it's sneaky. It's undermining. That's what the fuck that's about. What do you mean? Bitch, what do you mean? Just because we know there's a fucking ethnogenesis and whatnot does not mean that there's not people that have lineage back to the motherland. Some do, some don't. That means nothing. That what she's talking about is fucking bullshit. Everybody had a hand in our enslavement. Everybody made money off of our enslavement. Okay? Even though we built this motherfucking nation, nobody gives a fuck. They're still having a hand in capitalizing off of our current fucking plight. They still do. This right here, this is a slap in the face. This is underhanded. This came from behind the scenes. You know what I mean? This is discussed without American, without fucking a representative of our own to slap that out the motherfucking air. You know what I mean? So it's underhanded. It's sneaky. Why are we concerned? Why the fuck not? Sue your own colonizer. And Ghana can't really, Ghana, like, you fucking enslaved us. You sold us. You're complicit. You're complicit. You benefited. You've benefited. They take you do the most. Everybody, all the African states do the most when it comes to us coming there and living there, or establishing business. It's not a very welcoming state. It's more of a what's in your bag type state. And what can we do? How can we build up your fucking states? It's not what we did for you and how you guys come over and get education, housing, everything you fucking need without the fucking vitriol. No, we gotta fight this too, and this too. Like, and then you wonder why the fuck we're mad? Are you serious? And then you wonder why you're so upset. Because it's underhanded, it's fucking sneaky, and it goes and it undermines us again. It undermines us. It undermines all the work we put in. It undermines everything. So because we wanted to delineate, everybody in fucking Africa is delineated. South Africans, Ghanaians, Ethiopians, Eritreans, everybody is delineated. Then you go to the Caribbean, there's Haitians, Dominicans, Cubans, Argentinians, Brazilians. You go to the Spanish places, you know, you got Mexico, and you got everybody over there. There's Sinaloenses, Culiacan. You got people from Culiacan. You got the DF. You got different types of Mexicans over there. And you come here, right? And you got New Yorkers, Californians, Texans, Alaskans, Hawaiians, Canadians. You see what I'm saying? So what? We're not allowed to fucking feel some kind of way? Bitch, you lost your motherfucking mind. This is an air ball that needs to be slapped down. This is fucked up. And on all of it is word salad. So while you're reading all that, there's like 5-6 fucking lines of the same shit, just worded differently. Big, broad, and ambiguous terms. You know what I mean? Figures. And no, man, you just finding out you FBA, that's the jury's still out on you, because she sure is acting like a mammy in a tether.
America, and that was it. Everybody else should go somewhere else. So they went somewhere else. Why are you mad, friend? Why are you mad? Now, to be clear, there is concern, and I've seen it already. This is a money grab by the Ghanaians. Now, what's interesting about this is the rest of the world's interactions and responses to this have been glorious. It's been very interesting.
No, it's not necessarily a money grab. What they're talking about is symbolic. They want a lot of shit. They want their stuff back. They want symbolic. There's symbolic. There's a lot of symbolism in that. You know what I mean? They're not necessarily talking about compensation. They're not talking about that at all. They're talking about their shit back. Woo, woo. They're not talking about anything like what we're discussing. And that's even worse. That's like I'm going to take an apology and our statues back. And all of the things we've done. Okay, cuz, and then we're going to go ahead and take that back from you because you owe it. Stupid. It's dumb, man. It's stupid. No, we're not going to even let you see it because you stole us. It's the least we can do. No, we're keeping all this shit over here. It's ours now. You know, fucking possession is 9/10 of the law. No, you can't have it back. No, you shouldn't get it back because not only that, but you're complicit in our erasure. Does anybody want to factor in that? All these people are complicit in our erasure. In our erasure, by denying it here, by saying what they're saying, is complicit in our erasure.
It's been more muted here in the United States, not getting a whole lot of attention, mainly because America voted no in alignment with Israel and Argentina. But I want you all to take
White America voted no. White America.
Listen, because this was a question that was posed to the members of the Ghanaian delegation. Is this going to be a money grab? Are you Ghanaians just here to take our UN money? But again, if you're American, it's not supposed to count because it doesn't work for you. Whatever. Let's listen to what the Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa says as he's talking about what this resolution is actually for, because it ain't about a money grab. I read everything the resolution is supposed to accomplish. I showed you on my screen. So if anybody telling you they just trying to get our money, baby, you ain't got no money in there. You damn sure ain't got no reparations money here in the United States. There's no money on any table that anybody else is trying to grab away from you. But just because I know y'all think I'm a tether, I'm actually a foundational Black American. We're going to get to that in a minute. I think that's hilarious. Pay attention to what the Foreign Affairs Minister had to say.
No matter if you're an FBA and you just find out, you're presenting fucking tether mammy fucking vibes. And you're siding with the motherfucking opposition. That right there is off code. For anybody who knows anything, you're off code like a motherfucker, bitch. Like, stop it. Stop. We're worried about it. What do you mean there's no money? No, there's plenty of money here. They just don't want to give it to us because I don't know. But it's okay. Every dog has his motherfucking day. We're on a fucking marathon, not a sprint. Jesus Christ.
Let's hear it.
We have, in this resolution, talked about frameworks which will put in place that will take care of the consequences. We all know that the consequences of the transatlantic slave trade has been the lack of opportunity.
Real quick, we're not going to stop calling you a tether or a mammy or any of that because this is what you choose to do. This is where you choose to align yourself. So just because you just finding out you have some FBA blood and whatever, whatnot, what you're doing is not in alignment with FBA. Off top. It's not. I'm not even lying about it. It's off code. It's not correct. And you're so excited except for FBA. Hey, what the fuck? Why the fuck should we be excited about some fucking sneaky ass fucking resolution that ultimately is based on motherfucking lies, and it comes up right behind us. What do you mean what do you mean they don't want rep? Yeah, right. Underneath they want something.
Discrimination, the degradation of people of color. So we have said, let's have frameworks that will serve as endowment funds to support education, to support empowerment, to support skills training, capital for entrepreneurs, and all of that. And we have made clear that African leaders or Caribbean leaders are not looking for money. It goes against our conscience to seek to profit from this. We don't want any payments made to us directly. We are talking about courses to deal with the structural inequalities.
Come on.
And we are also talking about the return of artifacts.
Why you crying? This is not good. They're talking about more fucking studies. More studies. More commissions of time wasting. More studies. And then you want your artifacts. Fuck no, it's over here. It's ours.
To the continent. It's all in the resolution. There are thousands of artifacts from Egypt all the way to the Ashanti Kingdom in Ghana. Those artifacts should not be returned on piecemeal as and when those who are in custody of those artifacts are in a good mood. So
keep in mind, whatever artifacts they're talking about, we didn't steal them. We've outright purchased them or paid for them. That's why they're in the fucking museums or whatnot. And they've been the times and dates don't even match. He should just look into that shit on its own. They act like we didn't find any artifacts that was over here underneath mounds. They act like that's never happened. Either way, possession is 9/10 of the motherfucking law. It's over here, it belongs to us. Simple as that. You want to act like this never happened and this is a fucking, it's an atrocity, but only, you want to pass resolution. What the fuck is a resolution? And if you want more fucking studies, do that study shit over there. That should not be affecting us, but it is affecting us because it came under a fucking sneaky fucking backhanded fucking thing. It makes no goddamn sense.
we have outlined what must be done and to whom these redress should be addressed to. So again, it is totally wrong for a claim to be made that there is no clarity about who benefits from reparatory justice.
I'm so glad that that was made clear. Aren't you? I'm
No, because he didn't say who benefits. He just did double talk.
so glad that was made clear, because I really want us to be very clear about what this moment signifies. They were able to, the Ghanaians were able to pull together the international community, minus the whites and the apartheidists. They were able to pull together the international community to agree that the trafficking of African people, the chattelization of the enslavement system are the gravest crimes against humanity. And then they provided, what is it, 16? Let me go back to the document. I want to make sure I'm citing the right number. 16 courses, pathways through which reparatory justice should be achieved. Did any of you hear me read anything about a check to any nation, to any people? You did not hear that, because that is not what is happening. And so it's very important that we have clear.
The fuck is a study supposed to do then for? What are we studying for? If not for reparative justice, and the reparative justice motherfucking a check? Or assets be returned, or whatever the fuck. I mean, why the fuck are we doing all these little studies? Because that's what it's asking for. So what the fuck are you doing? What is it for? If not for fucking monetary compensation. If we fucking read between the lines and said it's not being said. Maybe it's not being said today, but it is supposed to be said. Because that's just what the fuck it is. You know what I mean? Well, let's just give us our stitches back and just recognize it. Yeah, right. Come on, cuz why now? Because America's making their moves and they don't like it. It's part of the diaspora war fucking shit. Okay, well now you take it to it, you up the ante, okay? Watch us up the ante. You shouldn't get none of your shit back. Should not. There should be this fucking ample motherfucking hell no, it belongs over here, it's ours now.
Understanding, and that we have clarity of the record. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have this conversation.
Also too, family, there was no clarity. It's all double talk, platitudes, big fucking broad and ambiguous language, and given to us by motherfuckers that have heavy accents and can't understand. And then she's just overly excited by it. That's a tether activity that's not seeing the motherfucking big picture.
Now, yesterday, while I was at, after the vote, I was able to, and I was so honored to host a global watch party. There were people from South America, from Caribbean America, from African nations, from across the globe, who were watching the votes as they came in, watching the arguments that the nation states led, and were then, after the vote, engaging in dialogue and discourse. And I was introduced to so many brilliant, amazing Black people from all across the planet, African people. And I'm saying African as in the inclusive sense, the way that President Mahama of Ghana said yesterday. He said, listen, when I say, or 2 days ago at the African Burial Ground, he said, when I say African, it is inclusive. It means African and people of African descent. But it was so beautiful to see how African people all around the planet are organizing and thinking, and then ain't nobody arguing over, they took my $100,000 check.
look, you see how she's framing it? Like Africa and all them other leaders in other countries can work together as Pan-Africanism shit, and we're the only ones that are combative and fucking making scenes. See how she's framing it right here? This is not what's really happening. Okay, well, it might look like that from their perspective, but that's not what's happening. It's basically the way she's framing it is we're out of hand and we can't be worked with. That first of all, ain't nobody invite nobody to the motherfucking table, and there's no motherfucker to speak for us on that level. So no. So if we had more, if we knew, did anybody know? Could we have arranged a delegate to go out there and speak for us? Probably so, maybe so. Who knows? Did anybody have an opportunity to figure that part out? You know what I mean? So the way she's framing it is framing it like you unruly motherfucking FBA. Woo, woo, woo. This was beautiful, this Pan-Africanism. And I've met so many. Basically, she's talking about how many foreigners and all this extra shit. Sorry, I'm all moving around the mouse. I'm disturbed. She's all talking about that. And that we're just misinformed. So we're like small children. We're just misinformed. That's that bullshit.
They want systemic change. We want systemic and structural shifts in the paradigms that broke the world and broke the sense of time and humanity. And this is what this resolution is designed to do. So after the watch party, which I was again privileged to host, I was also a panelist at the African Union mission to the UN and had some things to say about this moment. And I'm going to play for you now. Yeah, we got time. I'm going to play for you now. It's a lengthy clip, but it's important that we understand what it is that this signifies. I'm not going to play the full clip. I mean, I'll let you know when to pull it. But it is also important that we're aware of what this moment holds in terms of potential. And so I'm going to play this clip for you. Amina, hold on. Let me pull it up so we can get the clip ready to go because I want the people to hear the clip. So we're going to, oh, damn it. Darn it. Hold on. Let me do this differently because I'm not in my system that allows me to play clips without commercials. I'm logged into a different account. Y'all just gonna have to bear with the system because y'all know that the system be systeming and my team be teaming, but frankly, it's what it is. So I want you all to listen to this. Amina, here we go. All right, here we go. I'm about to share my screen. Hold on. Amina's like, I got the clip. I'm ready to hit the button, and we're gonna hit the button right now. Let's hear it.
Nkichi Taifa, I just want to say how grateful I am to you, Jasmine, all the work that has gone in, that everyone has engaged in. And while I am technically a commissioner on the New York State Reparations Commission, I'm speaking today in my personal capacity. And we do not speak on behalf of the commission. My fellow commissioner is here, and so you will confirm for all of us that that is the case. I have to say that today left me very moved. The work that we do at the Center for Law and Social Justice at the Medgar Evers College. We are a racial justice law center founded in 1986 with the mission of figuring out how to use the law to make the lives of African New Yorkers better. And when we say African, we mean Pan-African. We got to be clear and specific in this community because we recognize that the definitions and words mean things. And so we've been doing this work to repair our community vis-a-vis voting rights and voter protections, vis-a-vis policing, violence prevention work, vis-a-vis educational equity work, vis-a-vis housing work. And all of that really is in an effort to contribute to the repair of the community that we are going to be charged with. What happened today was so dynamic and so powerful. And I want to say thank you, especially to Dr. Pinache for the words that she left us today, recognizing the intergenerational nature of the crime and the intergenerational nature of the harm that was inflicted, and to be a part of the watch party today, where we were able to hear from people in Brazil, in Colombia, in Ecuador, all of whom identify as part of the Pan-African community, hearing from people in Ghana, being able to see the international impact of this effort. And the fact that we often say, I will tell my kids, there's more than one way to get to Brooklyn. There are a variety of ways to think about how to structure these issues, how to intellectualize around these issues, how to advocate around these issues. But what I have so greatly appreciated about this moment in time is that regardless of the particular tactic that makes the most sense to you, it is causing us to have an international conversation conversation and discourse. Now, I know Durban was happening, and I'm old enough to remember Durban happening. I was not old enough to go to Durban, but what I have recognized is I don't want to say that this is the first time we're having these conversations, but in my lifetime, as a member of the end of Gen X and the beginning of the millennial generation, to be able to see this international dialogue such that people are engaging with the technology that we have today. My husband will always say, what if Harriet Tubman had a GPS system? Or if you know, think about it, like all the systems and technologies that we have right now that are able to bring us together to hash this out. But I will say that for me, what has always been the most important part of the reparations work, yes, we want the institutions to acknowledge the crime and the harm that they committed and the structural benefits that they continue to perpetuate and derive from this system. However, I have also been taught by my elders that these people, them people, ain't never going to be spiritually, mentally, or humanly grounded enough to repair the harm that they have caused. That is going to be our responsibility and obligation. I think it's very interesting that the three nations that voted against it, the United States, Israel, and Argentina, all of which have either established themselves as apartheid nations, okay, or Argentina, which purged its African presence and the indigenous presence by importing more Europeans and becoming a safe haven for the Nazis. So whenever you are applauding being in alignment with the Nazi safe havens of the planet, it is really interesting how it is shaping our dialogue and our discourse. And so we have to be clear that
we'll stop it there. If you listen to the podcast, Larry breaks it down, which will be out later on this afternoon. You'll get a chance to hear the full thing. And it's also actually available now on a video on my YouTube channel where you can go and pull the whole thing as well. But the reason I wanted to share that is because we are in a moment where we have an opportunity to make some decisions, right? Pause, breathe, and decide. That is the phrase that we're going with. Y'all can see that I'm wearing the shirt. It says pause, breathe, and decide. In this moment of great upheaval, there's so many things happening. We haven't even covered the news yet. I'll do that in the next, at the top of the next hour. But when we're thinking about all of the things happening in the world right now, when we think about the opportunity that this moments like this present to us right now, it's so important that we maintain our fidelity to truth and ensure that we are going to get accurate information. And the reason that I'd said that last part, that we should question when we are applauding in alignment with the Nazis and with the apartheid states of the world, we should question what is happening when we're applauding that. That was because at the moment in that session, every time that they announced the American vote against this resolution, against all of the things that I just shared with you that Ghana is trying to do and unite the world around, the people who are in opposition to this from our community, the self-declared foundational Black Americans, clapped very loudly. And so that was definitely a recognition that we should question just logical, basic things when it comes to how we are going to lend our support. And then we should discount those people who have demonstrated that they are engaging in odd behavior. Now, the reason I said that I've discovered yesterday that I'm a foundational Black American is because someone had taken a video, someone from the session had taken that video and then shared it on Twitter and tagged me in it, but it was somebody who was in opposition to everything that I was saying. It was one of the folks who was a member of these groups, and it was like tether this and tether that. And I was like, what again does this tether thing mean? And it's a word. Y'all literally created this shit, but I guess the N-word is a man-made creation as well, so it exists. It's a thing. And then I went to the Foundational Black American website to see like who is what. And would you believe that after scrolling past an initial bit of history and then a whole bunch of items for sale, caps and flags and books and whatnot, and then a little bit of information about the flag, they have a bandana for sale and a large flag for sale and another flag, a mini flag for sale. And then you learn about the holiday that they have identified, which is wonderful. I think Black people should be making up our own holidays. Everybody makes their own holiday. Then I finally, then the flag's meaning, and then it scroll. Then it says, who is foundational Black American, who is not? And color me surprised. In fact, let me share the screen because y'all gonna say I'm telling the tale. I'm telling the truth, but I want you to see it for yourself. Even though I know this is giving folks
the FBA website.
We don't need. Who is a foundational Black American? Who is not? A foundational Black American is any person classified as Black who can trace their bloodline lineage back to the American system of slavery. To be designated as a foundational Black American, at least one parent must come from a non-immigrant background in the United States. If a person's matrilineal and patrilineal lineage traces back to slavery in the Caribbean, then they are not considered a foundational Black American. And so I realized I'm a foundational Black American. Yeah, my mama from Jamaica, but my daddy from Brooklyn, bitch. And so it's so curious to me
So you're
that
still
it's not
tethered.
about.
She's still a tether, family. So don't get excited. She's still a tether. Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. And her behavior only adds to it. So it doesn't fucking matter. She's still a tether. She's anchored here. So it's still a tether. Anchor baby. Whatever you want to call it.
lineage. It's not because half of y'all who use these sorts of slurs, you know this already. In fact, I recalled after I learned this, I was like, that's why one of them has said technically she's not a tether, like some months ago. You just don't like Black people who don't think like you. That's what this is. That is in service to white supremacy. That is a function that is in service to the tools of white supremacy. It is disruptive. It is divisive. It is foolish. And it ties you to the 3 nations on the planet who are experts at establishing an apartheid regime.
No, that's wrong. It's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Okay, well, fairly, we done had enough of that. So, I just want to hear that perspective so you guys can hear that perspective. Okay? Now let's go to TVA.
Yoruba and the Husafalani and the Delta.
TVA did an extra, pretty good job. And so,
as part of a right to return campaign. Now, you notice this woman who wrote this article, you notice that no, you don't put Israel down here. Other news outlets put Israel up in the headline. The New York Times did not do that. Trying to start talking about the U.S. so that your attention's on the U.S. and, oh, yeah, also Israel. They didn't abstain while they voted against it. Okay. And this is why you have the new black media. So it says the United States voted against a United Nations resolution this week to formally recognize the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. The resolution, which was led by Ghana, urged UN member states to apologize for the slave trade and to contribute to a reparations fund. Damn.
See?
So for those who might have been wondering, Jason's where the reparations part, right there.
See?
They want an apology, which is an admission of guilt.
And money.
We're talking about setting up the legal framework. They want you to apologize, which is an admission of guilt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who's worked for a corporation knows the lawyers tell you do not apologize because an apology is interpreted as an admission of guilt and wrongdoing.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I'm sorry you're upset. I'm sorry that you're unhappy. Do not say, I'm sorry. Say, I'm sorry you're upset. I'm sorry you're unhappy. When you apologize, that's tantamount to an admission of guilt. So they want an apology. All right, now we have our admission of guilt, and now we want reparations. On Tuesday, before the vote, John Mahama, the president of Ghana, said that American schools were being discouraged from teaching about slavery and racism. He called the resolution, quote, a safeguard against forgetting. Well, here's the issue here, President Mahama. You have not made any significant outreach to us. You have not initiated a right of return. I don't want to hear about no stupid residency. I don't want to hear about no stupid stuff y'all been trying there in Ghana forever. What they give to Jewish people in Israel, if you're not offering that to us, to hell with what the hell you talking about, and we ain't trying to hear it.
That's exactly what I just said.
We're not going for the damn con job where you talk like we in this together. Well, you know, in the American schools, because you want us to be the foot soldiers to soften up the American government while you offer nothing of significance.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you trying to do.
That's what I said.
The same old damn smoke and mirrors you all been playing for decades. We sit over here talking about Pan-Africanism. And meanwhile, you do absolutely nothing to bridge the gap.
Right.
You are the president of a country. You want to talk about what's being in America's schools. What about in Ghana's schools? How do they talk about us in Ghana's schools?
Right.
How do they speak about us in Ghana's schools, in Ghana's history? How do you speak about us in Ghana's history, sir? And do you even talk about slavery and racism in an honest, proper context? I don't think so. Get a hold of the Ghanaian history books over there and textbooks and see what they're saying. So, no, this is supposed to be about getting us, we all in this together here. We got to let them know that, right? Me and Ghana, we rolling. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we aren't.
Mm-hmm.
We're not falling for it.
See?
When you start talking to us the way Israel is talking to the Jews, around the world, then we got something to speak about.
See?
When you make it the law that when our feet touch African soil, we get full faith and credit for our quote unquote Africanness, then we can do some talking. Until then, get the hell on with this jive talk. They go on to say here, policy groups, human rights organizations, and academics, them damned academics, have accused President Trump of minimizing Black history in the United States. Well, okay, the Democrats been doing it too, so there's no change. They're all in it together.
They're taking our talking point.
He has accused the Smithsonian Institution of focusing too much on, quote, how bad slavery was and not enough on the brightness. He has signed executive orders on education that call for the end of radical indoctrination in K through 12 schooling and criticized the teaching of subjects such as white privilege. The African Union has declared 2026 to 2035 the decade of action on reparations. Brothers and sisters, we've been talking about reparations now here on the BLACC channel going on 2 decades.
Yep. So I said this. That
we've been talking about it now for decades. The last 10 years in particular, since Barack Obama left office, we've been foot to the floor. Matter of fact, right before he left office, we were foot to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
We started marching super heavy on this as soon as he was starting to leave office. And these were the very folk telling us, sit down and shut up and y'all don't need no reparations. Their folk getting off the plane over here only had 2 things to say. We're the white women and y'all Negroes don't need no reparations.
Right.
Now that they see that we have made headway and we have made it a mainstream issue, it's no longer a back burner issue. It's no longer underground. Now that that's the case, well, what do you know? The usual suspects have jumped up. The usual suspects have jumped up here. And now all of a sudden, now here they are telling us about what they expect now. Where the hell have they been for the last 2 decades? They weren't backing any reparations movement. We've been the vanguard of it.
Right. Sitting back and waiting for all the work to be done.
We've been the vanguard of this. Where the hell have they been for the last 2 damn decades? Oh, they were defending white supremacy and saying that we don't need no reparations, remember? Mm-hmm. We've been right here. Where the hell they been for 2 decades?
Mm-hmm.
Because all I've seen is us. Where have they been all this time? You know where they've been.
Bullshit.
They've been undermining
us.
You know exactly where they've been.
What I said.
So they say that the African Union has declared 2026 through 2035 the decade of action on reparations. And Ghana, which has among the most slave forts and castles in the world, is leading the charge. Keep this sentence in mind, that Ghana is among the most slave forts and castles in the world. Keep that in mind. Mm-hmm. We are going to revisit this in just a few moments.
Mm-hmm.
Many slave ships departed from the Ghanaian coast during the transatlantic slave trade. Ghana has encouraged people with African ancestry to seek citizenship in the country. Lie.
Lies.
Lie. That's a lie. That is a lie. That is false and untrue.
Yep.
This is a lie. The right to abode. That is a lie.
Right. And you got paid.
Remember, I was the first person that debunked this going on 15 years ago when folk tried to talk about they want us back over there. Why Ghana is giving citizenship. And then I showed them the damn paperwork. I said, this does not say citizenship. It says right to abode. And then it's got a bunch of onerous hoops and hurdles you have to get through, which are really just setting you up to have to pay a bunch of people off.
Yep.
You have to get a bunch of folk over there to vouch for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough to just prove you got African ancestry or even Ghanaian ancestry. No, you got to get a bunch of folk over there to say, oh, yeah, I sign off that you should bring him over here. And then you got to pay the state and all this stuff. No, this is another damn scam job where you sit up here and throw money in their pockets to get a right to abode. That ain't Israel. In Israel, they say, come on over here. We're going to give you a house. We're going to put some paper in your pocket. We're going to see if you need a car or whatnot. Welcome to Israel. Welcome home. You don't have to ask what you're going to do for Israel. Israel's here to ask what you need us to do for you. So do not sit up here and let these folks continue lying.
Right. Tell them, TBA.
Oh, I'm sorry. They can't lie anymore because we debunked this years ago. Oh, well. A 2019 initiative invited those of African descent to live and work in Ghana, which means bring your money, as part of a right to return campaign. Now, you notice this woman who wrote this article, you notice that she is not putting quotations on this. Did you notice that? She's not quoting it. Reporting from Dakar, Senegal, looks like a white woman here. Notice that she is not quoting. She didn't put quotations on that. Did you notice that? I'm pointing this out to you to say, by the way, notice she did not put quotations around right to return. That means these are her words. Because that's what I told y'all. It's called right to abode, and it isn't a right. Meant to connect people in the African diaspora to their ancestral roots while they're putting up walls around the ancestral roots. Quote, the trafficking of enslaved Africans and the centuries of radicalized chattel enslavement that followed have not been resolved, Ghana's foreign minister, Samuel Okedezu Ablakwa, wrote before the vote. He has said that reparations should be given to, quote, all people of African descent. Nigga, what?
That's fucking crazy. Like I said, this is undermined backsliding.
Yeah, here they come. Here comes the grift, y'all. The folks have been fighting it all this time. Here they come. You know, we need reparations for everybody. All of us. You niggas need to work harder here. You niggas need to work harder, and we need reparations. Now that you have done all the footwork and all the heavy lifting, now that after we tried to stop you, now that you have done all of the heavy work and all of the heavy lifting, we now say everyone should get reparations. We all should get reparations. I, as the president and prince for life of Zamunda, and I'm calling for reparations for all people of African descent.
Is that bullshit?
Even if you're still on the African continent? Why, yes, of course. Of course we should. What is the problem with these niggas in America? What is the problem with these niggas? I cannot get jiggy with these. What is wrong with them?
I can't get jiggy with this.
Do you not see I am royalty? Okay. He said the reparations should be given to all people of African descent and that the descendants of slaves should be given money to set up businesses and funds for education. Well, that's great. Just not the all people of African descent part, the descendants of slaves. Yeah, not the descendants of Africans. This is not about, are you an African descendant? Are you a descendant of slavery in America?
Right.
Well, you know, there were other nations that had slavery as well. I'm like, okay, well, go call them out right there, but leave the American part out of it. Dan Negra. What? Okay, Dan Negra, a U.S. representative to the UN's Economic and Social Council, called the UN resolution, quote, highly problematic on Wednesday and objected to its, quote, attempt to rank crimes against humanity in any type of hierarchy. Mr. Negra also accused the sponsors of questioning President Trump's support for black voters in the United States. They're not the ones questioning it. We over here are. So, quote, President Trump has done more for black Americans than any other president.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Yeah, yes, sir.
You know what that does to you?
It makes you go to the UN and say crazy stuff. That's what it does to you. It makes you do stuff like this. I don't know who is more ridiculous in this article, y'all. I don't know who is more ridiculous here. I don't know who's more outrageous. This is just a damn clown show here. It really, really is. He's working tirelessly to deliver for them. The same Trump who's bringing over Afrikaners, that's what he's delivering for us. So, like I said, you have a psychotic administration at this point. And look here, folks, buried at the very bottom of the article, buried at the very bottom of this article. This is shameful of the New York Times. Y'all heard everything I just read. At the very end of the article, the United States, Israel, and Argentina were the only nations to vote against the resolution, which was adopted. So they are running interference for the state of Israel here at our expense to try to make it look like Donald Trump's the only one against this. Why did they not quote Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government? Why are they only quoting Trump? Why are they not quoting Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government? Why are they giving them a pass and not saying, hey, we need to get a comment from them? Why did they not do that? Why don't they get Benjamin Netanyahu's government to explain why it is that first he did not want to recognize Ethiopian Jews as Jews, and now he's fighting reparations?
Right.
Why are they not doing that? Because the New York Times is, of course, owned by, well, you get it. All right. Owned by the bad guys. So it's the bad guys running. And then, of course, Argentina. So all you passport bros, I'm like, okay, all right. Go ahead and try your best shot at that. So yes, indeed, brothers and sisters from around the world, they are doing their best here. They are doing the most. And they are, after all these years of openly opposing us on television, on Twitter, on social media, wherever you want to name it, after all these years of opposing us, now out of nowhere, here they come jumping up. Mm-hmm. And they are now telling you that they want to get reparations. We are here the whole time, niggas. We were here with you the whole time. We have supported this for the whole time. No, do not believe that new black media. We have been behind this the whole time. We were here the whole time. You have not been looking hard enough. You are not looking hard enough. We have always supported reparations. You mean even when you were voting against it? You mean United States, Israel, and Argentina. 52 countries abstained, including the United Kingdom and European Union member states. 52 countries abstained. The United Kingdom and the European Union. Did you all notice that the New York Times article didn't say any of this?
Right.
Did you all notice the New York Times article left these parts out? Now, I mentioned it to you before I even got started. But by the way, they didn't even mention about places that abstained. Mm-hmm. So the United States, Israel, and Argentina, they didn't just not abstain. They got up and said, oh, we're against it. The other folk in Europe simply sat quiet. The United States said, oh, no, white supremacy forever. And Israel said, I'll second that. Israel said, I will second that. Because, of course, if we go down names of who was participating in the slave trade, it wasn't just the Anglos.
Right.
It was not just the Anglos or just the Protestants. And I suspect there's a bunch of folk there that since they're making claims that they should be entitled to land because of something in the Bible from 3,000 years ago, well, then certainly you will be liable for something that happened 100 years ago, 150 years ago. You'll be liable for that today. So I think I see some people get nervous right now. If you want to claim that that's your basis for taking land in the Middle East, it sounds like you're going to be owing a whole lot more. After all, in Nazi Germany, you all went through families and names and tracked people down. Well, that can be done here very easily. As a matter of fact, it already has been. Countries like the UK have long recorded that when countries like the UK have long rejected calls to pay reparations, saying today's institutions cannot be held responsible for past wrongs. Here's the issue, folks. You're the same institution. This is the same British government, the same British Empire, the same American empire. We are not talking about the 13 colonies. We are talking about the current United States, not ancient Rome, not Caesar's Rome, not King Louis XIV. We are talking about the current United Kingdom and United States governments, the current ones, operating under Magna Carta and the United States Constitution. Those are still in effect. Those governments are still in existence. And now here's the legal framework, everyone. I need you to listen to what I'm going to say to you tonight. Here is the legal framework so that you all understand exactly how this works. So when somebody questions you about this, you don't have to grope for an answer. People, you as a United States citizen are responsible for the debts of the United States. What? You are a United States citizen, and yet even though you weren't even born when the United States government began racking up these debts, you are responsible and liable to pay it, and you never got a choice. You never got a vote. That is incumbent on you simply as a condition of being born here. You're required to be responsible for that debt just because you were born. And you had no choice in where you were born. Now, they will gleefully and happily tell you that you have to pay taxes and you have to contribute and pay the debt and pay into Social Security and Medicaid, even though you're not responsible for any of that. You're not responsible for that. You weren't even born when they started racking that debt up. And yet they're telling you, here's your bill on account of the fact, well, you were born here. Now we got governments that made choices telling you, oh, you can't pass that bill on to us today. The folk before I got here made these particular decisions. Okay, so the United States, now here's the thing, folks. When the United States goes around the world, do they talk about the Trump administration or do they talk about the full faith and credit of the United States? Marco Rubio went and spoke in front of the UN, or European Union, about America as a centuries-long institution. So we are going to hold you to that. You don't get to say America is a centuries-old institution and it should be given all of its credibility based on the centuries it's been here. And then when we show up and say, you know, there's an unpaid debt that you racked up during these centuries. Oh, wait a minute now. We ain't going back that far. We can't be responsible for that. Okay, so you want the benefits of these centuries of your existence. You want to bandy around in front of people how long you've been in existence when it's time for the benefits. But when it's time for the bill, now all of a sudden, wait a minute now, centuries, we don't get to count centuries now. We only counting today. We only counting what we did today. So, folks, if you want to know how to debunk this garbage right there, that is how you debunk it. These nation states are still in existence, and as citizens, they tell you that you are responsible for the historical actions of the nation state. Well, yes, we're going to hold you to that. You are responsible for this, and you still got something that got to be paid. And on account of the fact that your nation state is still in existence. There's a reason that they don't explain these things to people. Because when I explain it to you like that, not just me saying, well, the nation states are still here, but me reminding you, you do realize you're paying debts for America that were racked up before you even born. And they're telling you, you got to pay this because we need to make good on these debts. Well, why don't you get to say, well, I can't be held responsible for them bull jive ass agreements you made and them debts you ran up. That's on you. You can't hold that. You can't hand that to me and say, here's my bill. You go try that and see what happens at the IRS. They tell you, here's your bill. And then they say, we don't want to talk about it. We don't even want to talk to you about it. Pay this damn bill or go to jail. Okay, well, pay your bill, cut this check, or go to jail. Now, it goes on to say here that unlike UN Security Council resolutions, those from the General Assembly are not legally binding, although they carry the weight of global opinion. Quote, let it be recorded that when history beckoned, we did what was right for the memory of the millions who suffered the indignity of the slave trade and those who continue to suffer racial discrimination. Ghana's President John Mahama told the Assembly ahead of the vote. Now, this is where we are not fighting over racial discrimination. We are talking about a lineage. Here's where they try to shoehorn themselves in. We do the work, we do the legwork, we get the ball moving, even though they were fighting us. Once we get it moving, here they come. These guys, we do you as good people here. Well, you know, now we are all in this together.
Try to pull that pen out.
We like, you better get the hell on, Jack. The adoption of this resolution serves as a safeguard against forgetting. It also challenges the enduring scars of slavery, he said. Earlier, his foreign minister told the BBC's Newsday program, quote, we are demanding compensation. And let us be clear, African leaders are not asking for money for themselves. Now, I'll be damned, folks. We want justice for the victims and causes to be supported, educational and endowment funds, skills training funds.
That's money.
Nigga, what?
I need you all to understand something here. Now, when they roll up, ain't nobody talking about we want a scholarship.
Right.
They talking about break some bread.
Right. And we
want money for education, money in an endowment. That means a trust. Money for skills training, justice for the victims. We want money. So they're not starting the conversation saying, well, you know, I mean, we can take some Bitcoin. We'll take some Bitcoin and some scholarships. You notice they're not saying that. Nobody's talking about Bitcoin and scholarships. Everybody rolling up talking about dollars. I wonder who it was who made it in vogue to say that our issue is economic and we counting it in dollars. Because before we started saying cut the check, people were afraid to say cash payments. Before we made it popular to say cut the check. Now people can say it with their full chest, but I don't remember Mr. BLACC or Mr. Mahama back a decade ago when we started talking about cut the check. I don't remember seeing none of these niggas.
Either way.
Where was they at? Where was your man?
Send me an itinerary. Which one out from?
Says here the campaign for reparations has gained significant momentum in recent years. You think?
Deal with it, nigga.
You think it has, BBC? No thanks to you. No thanks to the African Union. No thanks to Ghana. No thanks to the Caribbean. So this next sentence is just an insult. Yeah, it has gained momentum despite the very people speaking in this article fighting against it. Yeah, we gained momentum despite you all in this article who were fighting against it. Yeah, we gained momentum despite you. Because you were in the way and you were fighting it.
Mm-hmm.
Reparatory justice was the African Union's official theme for 2025. This sounds like these hamhead niggas with the Essence Festival. And Commonwealth leaders have jointly called for dialogue on the matter. Okay, well, call the white folk and see if they'll dialogue with you. BLACC also said that with the resolution, Ghana was not ranking its pain above anyone else's, but simply documenting a historical fact. Let me explain something right here. I don't give a damn who calls count as pain or this, that, and the other. This is the greatest crime in human history, and we are the greatest victims of it, period, point blank, in the discussion. Between 1500 and 1800, around 12 to 15 million people were captured in Africa and taken to the Americas, where they were forced to work as slaves. It is estimated that over 2 million people died on the journey. The resolution, backed by the African Union and the Caribbean community, the resolution backed by the African Union and the Caribbean community. Notice I didn't stop with the New York Times, the so-called newspaper of record, the so-called gray old lady of news in America. Notice the New York Times didn't say any of this. Do you all realize how many details that the BBC included and for a nation that abstained from the vote, the New York Times, which many people think is still run by the CIA, the New York Times always had CIA people there guiding what they did. And there are many folks who think the CIA is still very much there. In any case, do you all see all the details that the BBC put in here that the New York Times didn't say a word about? That's why I wanted to give you those two perspectives, one from America, one from the UK, one from the US, one from the UK, and take a look at all these pertinent details dovetailing off of everything that we've been saying the whole time that the New York Times left out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how is it the BBC knew and the New York Times didn't? Of course the New York Times knew. Of course they did. They're trying to make it, well, Trump's the enemy. No. You're the enemy. New York Times, you're the enemy. As you've always been.
So what?
The resolution, backed by the African Union and the Caribbean community, states that the consequences of slavery persist in the full. Now that you Akatas got the ball rolling. Oh, you all were able to overcome us fighting you. You beat us when we were fighting you to stop this from moving. Well, since you got the ball rolling, let me bring my plate to the table.
Gross.
Notice they haven't said a word about descendants of American slaves, and they haven't said a word about they're just African. Everything, y'all notice they center themselves in the discussion. Did you notice that? They're centering themselves in this discussion. It ain't about everybody. It's about Africans. Notice how often they keep saying African. I'm doing my job to emphasize these key points so that you all do. You notice what they're not saying. They ain't talking about you, but they damn sure are pulling up the rear. And all of a sudden they can talk about being African and what Africans need to get. While they spent the last 40 years telling you about what we weren't supposed to get. The very same people talking about what we wasn't supposed to get. Now, all of a sudden, they can sure tell you what Africans supposed to get. All the stuff that they told you that we wasn't supposed to get. You know what we're going to have these niggas. This is the problem with you niggas.
Diabolical. Really. Real shit.
BLACC told the BBC many generations continue to suffer the exclusion, the racism because of the transatlantic slave trade, which has left millions separated from the continent and impoverished. Yeah, this is what they own. This is what they're on, and this is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You think you're going to get friends out of them? You think you're going to get friends out of them? says here that ahead of the vote, speaker after speaker expressed similar views. The UK, one of the major powers involved in the transatlantic slave trade, said it recognized the untold harm and misery that had been caused to millions of people over many decades. But its ambassador to the UN, James Kariuki, told the assembly in his speech that the resolution was problematic in terms of its wording and international law. Quote, no single set of atrocities should be regarded as more or less significant than another, he said. Now, folks, here's what I will tell you all that I don't give a damn about semantics. Right. I'll tell you all right now, in this instance, I don't care about semantics, whether you want to call it the greatest or one of the greatest, just so long as you cut the greatest check.
Right.
Deal with it, nigga.
I know that's right.
So you can call it the biggest, you can call it the smallest, just so long as that check is the biggest. So you can call it whatever you want to. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but just so long as that check is the biggest. Because that's what it needs to be.
The biggest and the
It needs to be that. I want y'all to understand I am still on the same thing I always been on. I'm on the same thing I always been on. By the way, one of my mods was saying that it might have been breaking up some. I should be good here now, but regardless of it, YouTube can hate. We're going to keep rolling. The U.S. ambassadors to the UN made similar points during his speech, saying that his country, the U.S., quote, does not recognize a legal right to reparations for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time they occurred.
Well, sirs. That's
alrighty then.
This is who you are dealing with. Next time that somebody tries to tell you that this nation is not every bit as monstrous and evil as it has always been, they are not, I've told you all forever, they are not denying the crimes of slavery, the bestiality, the monstrousness of it. They're not denying it. They're proud of it. Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and Sean Hannity, they are proud of America's brutality. They're proud of its bestiality. As far as they're concerned, that's what makes America great. Now, let us be clear. Slavery has been a crime against mankind since, I don't know, Moses took the children of Israel out of Egypt and before. It does not, saying that it does not recognize a legal right to reparations for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time they occurred. Okay, so what are you trying to say here? That America is subject to international law since the day it was established?
Ooh. Definitely trying to do some undermining.
Now, what are you going to say here? Because you can't have a moving goalpost if you're going to say that you are liable for what was illegal at the time you committed the crime. Well, then Nazi Germany can't be held for anything because, I mean, well, it wasn't illegal before they was doing it.
Right. Can they give the money back?
It wasn't illegal until they got to doing it.
Shit, if it's like that, can we take everybody's shit?
Right. Until then, it was cool. So if you're going to say that the mile marker is, well, what was illegal? International law determines what was illegal at the time, because by that standard, the United States would be illegal, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
After all, you were in open rebellion against the crown. So isn't your existence, wasn't it illegal under international law? And do we want to talk about the crimes that America committed that violated international law since it began? So are you saying that we just need to invoke those? Or are you going to say, well, international law, whatever it is today that is to our advantage, that's the one we recognize? So which is it? you are liable for what international law was back then, or you are accountable for what international law became. And furthermore, this is not a true statement.
Nope.
This is not a true statement.
I'm like, if you want to get petty, we're like the worst.
This is not about what international law said, people. So don't let these lying white supremacists get you in that trick bag. This isn't about what international law said. This is an injury case.
Oh, you know, okay.
This is an injury case. I need y'all to understand that. This is an injury case. You owe us for the injuries here. So you see, this isn't about what international law says. Mm-hmm. International law is irrelevant there. International law is irrelevant. We're talking about something different. You see, this is why they're getting upset, y'all. They're like, I'll be damned. You covered your bases here. There's a reason why they're going to have to come up with a whole new group of lies. And the good part about this is it's giving us all a precursor of what the United States government intends to say. The United States government ultimately intends to say, we shouldn't have to pay reparations because, well, slavery was legal while we were doing it to you.
Right.
I mean, even though we fought a civil war, and if at the time you fought that civil war, that was no longer legal, remember? So under domestic law, it couldn't have been couldn't have been legal.
You don't want it to go that route. It's even worse.
But it gives you a preview of what their argument will be. They're not going to back away from slavery. They're not going to say that slavery indicts them. They're going to say that slavery protects them.
See?
Well, slavery was legal when we were doing it.
It wasn't always
so
legal.
We're not liable because, well, slavery was bad, but it wasn't
always
legal.
It wasn't always legal.
What about when it became illegal? We ain't counting that.
What about when it started out?
Just like in in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the bombing of the Black Wall Street. Well, yeah, she might still be alive. We're just going to keep stalling until you ain't. Oh, well, what do you know? We don't know nothing. In addition, Dan Negre said that the U.S. objected to the, quote, cynical usage of historical wrongs as a leverage point to reallocate modern resources to people and nations who are distantly related to the historical victims. Well, the United States is not distantly related, and those of us sitting here are not distantly related. You have already debunked that after you refused to pay reparations to the victims of the Black Wall Street bombings in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So since you have shown that you are not acting in good faith, everything else goes off the table. Now we don't have to even argue this anymore because you are not legitimate. You are not legitimate negotiators here, so we don't even have to argue that with you anymore. See how that goes, folks? Ghana, one of the main gateways for the transatlantic slave trade. Notice how these articles keep bringing that up, by the way. Did you all notice that these articles keep bringing up, by the way, Ghana's show was moving a lot of weight. Forts where tens of thousands of enslaved Africans were once held under inhuman conditions remain standing along the West African country's coast. As well as the legal problems around reparations, the U.S. ambassador and the resolution said the resolution was unclear as, quote, to whom the recipients of reparatory justice would be. Now they're claiming they're confused. Negre also responded to Mahama's earlier criticism of Donald Trump's administration for normalizing the erasure of Black history. Since returning to power, the U.S. president has targeted American cultural and historical institutions for promoting what he calls anti-American ideology. So historical facts are anti-American. Okay. It sounds like the anti-Semitic thing now. I'm reading American history. That's anti-American. It's American history. That's anti-American. except the flattering parts. The flattering parts are American, but the atrocious parts, that's anti-American. You can read the flattering parts. Leave out those unflattering parts there. Don't read those. Trump's orders have led to moves such as the restoration of Confederate statues and an attempt to dismantle a slavery exhibit in Philadelphia. Quote, these policies are becoming a template for other governments as well as some private institutions, Muhammad said on Tuesday. But Negre said President Trump has done more for Black Americans than any other president. So, like I say here, folks, at this point, the jokes write themselves.
See you be over there.
The jokes write themselves at this point.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous. It is atrocious.
Be quiet on your way.
I would say they're just a joke, but a joke is supposed to be funny. And this is anything and everything except funny. What it does do, though, is it exposes a lot of people in a lot of ways. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and get to that now. Let's go ahead and talk about some things. And I told you all some folks are going to be unhappy with some of the things I say here tonight, but damn you. Ghana, I'm so glad that you and some of these other African nations have decided that we should discuss reparations, because you do understand that at some point you're going to get presented with your bill too, right? Damn! What? Damn! Oh, yeah. One more. While we're on this subject of reparations and who owes what, just thought you all should know that all of you who still have the evidence of your crimes sitting on the coasts of your countries. So glad that you have decided to legitimize this after all these centuries, because you do understand that you gonna get your bill too, right? On account of the fact that we can see the evidence of your crimes still sitting right there on your coast. The smoking guns are still sitting there from what you did. Because you see, we can start running down some names. We can start running down some names and checking some lineages. So while you're busy pointing the fingers at the Europeans and making an ass of yourself, thinking you're pointing the finger at the American government like you do something, for those of you who were aiding and abetting, for those of you who were collaborators, you do understand that at the end of this conversation, you gonna get served. In case nobody told you, yeah, you still gonna get served. So we're so glad to hear that you approve of rounding up everyone for their historical crimes in commission of the transatlantic slave trade, because understand there were folk who were helping the Europeans. There were folk who were helping the Europeans. Now, because the Europeans, like any heist movie, they decided that the black folk helping them pull off the heist, we gonna go ahead and cut you off. Now, all of a sudden, you want to swear up and down that you got done wrong. You were committing the heist along with the rest of them, but when they cut you out, all of a sudden, wait a minute now, this is wrong here. And let's also be clear on something else. To my brothers and sisters around the world here, I want to say this to everybody, particularly addressing those of you in the so-called diaspora here on American soil. I need y'all to understand something here. I want you to know how bad this goes. If you see movies like Conan the Barbarian, if you see movies like John Wick, if you see movies like, I don't know, just name whatever it is you want it to be there, I need y'all to understand something. They left us for dead. They weren't supposed to hear from us again. They thought we were all going to be dead. They thought we were all going to be exterminated over here.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to understand that. They thought we were going to get exterminated over here. We were all supposed to die over here.
Mm-hmm.
When they sent you off on them boats, that was supposed to be the last time you ever got heard of. What do you say? What Stephen say in Django Unchained? And this will be the story of you. It's all over for you, Jack. Why, that was supposed to be a wrap. They were never supposed to hear from us again. All of us were supposed to get wiped out. They were giving us to the Europeans, and the Europeans let them know, oh, we ain't going to be doing nothing nice with them over there. When we get them over there, it ain't going to be nothing nice. They going to die on the ships. They going to die on the plantations. We're sending them off to the sugarcane fields. Don't y'all see we have to keep coming and getting more slaves because they keep dying all the time? Folks, we have antibiotics and malaria medications and things like that. I need y'all to understand the sugarcane fields, man, that was deadly work. The cotton fields, that was deadly work back when you didn't have medications to save you from these things. That was dirty and most of all deadly work. There was a reason the white folk wasn't doing it. People were dying by the boatloads out, by the truckload out there. There was a reason they had to keep going back and getting folk. Going to those fields was a death sentence. And they knew it. Everywhere they sent, the Europeans let them know, hey, we need as many as y'all can get. On account of the fact that they don't last very long. So load up the boat. Buying them deep and stacking them cheap. Buying them cheap and stacking them deep. Whichever, get your ass on this boat. Half of you ain't gonna make the trip over there because we bring our own diseases, you know, smallpox and stuff, and we don't believe in washing our hands, our ass, or nothing else. So you gonna get sick on this boat. And those of you who survive the boat, only half of you gonna survive the fields when you get there. No, they thought we were gonna be dead. And that was their goal. Don't believe me? Take a look at the so-called Native Americans in America today. If you don't believe that that was a campaign of annihilation and extermination, then take a look at the Native Americans of today. There used to be enough of Native Americans in America today. I'm not just counting from the foundational. There used to be enough of them to put up a fight against the Europeans when they came across this land. How many do you have today? There's so few of them that the government doesn't mind giving them a check every month because there's so few of them left. If you don't believe that they were practicing annihilation, and these Africans who sent black folk over here, that's what they thought was gonna happen to us too. Well, don't worry, them Europeans gonna take care of the rest. You're gonna get disease, you're gonna get sick, you're gonna get worked to death, and then when they're done, they're gonna kill the rest of you. And that was the plan all along. That we were going to be shipped over here and left for dead. And that when they come back, there might be 5 or 6 of you left. When they come back in 100 years, they'll send millions over. There might be 100,000 of you left. But for the most part, it's a one-way trip for you. And then they got over here and realized, I'll be damned. Hey, y'all, I'm getting letters from back over there in America. Hey, them niggas ain't dead. They're not? No, they're not dead. Surely there's fewer of them. I mean, yeah, it's been going up and down, but yeah, man, they done got bigger and stronger. And I mean, they're dominating. They created their own culture over there, separate and apart from us. They're just completely divorced. Oh, yeah, man, they've gotten creative and innovative. And I mean, matter of fact, they're making the culture over there now. It's you bull job. No. Come on over, Chief Bootlazy. You can take a look at it right quick. Yeah, man, they made ragtime and jazz, and they got a Black Wall Street. A Black Wall Street, yeah. They actually got a bunch of them. Yeah, they got a bunch of Black Wall Streets. We ain't got a Black Circle K over here in Ghana. Damn! They got a whole Black Wall Street. What the hell is this? What is this? We ain't got a Black 7-Eleven over here in Kenya. They got whole Black Wall Streets. What happened to the Left 4 Dead part? Something went wrong. Clearly something went wrong. Clearly something went wrong. So I want to put that in this proper perspective. Most of all, first, I want y'all to recognize here that there's a lot of villains in the room. There are a number of villains in the room when you talk about this subject. There's a number of villains in the room. And some of the folks standing at that podium talking, these are some of the villains too, hoping that they can paper over their crimes. And they're like, hey, big head, you ain't still mad about that little thing, is you? I mean, y'all doing all right for yourselves over here now. You know, we need to let bygones be bygones, man. Y'all doing good over here now, ain't you? I mean, look at you. You done got all big and strong. You're in the NFL and the NBA. You done did good for yourselves. Yeah, man. Hey, brother, can I get $20? It's rough over here in Ethiopia right now. Yeah, we ain't been doing too good. I got Black Wall Streets. We damn near ain't got a dirt road. Hey, brother, can I get about $50? I know y'all ain't still mad about that, gate of no hope, gate of no return, door of no return. I hope you ain't still mad about that issue. Yeah, they own that now. Now, so you ain't still mad about that issue. Man, that was so long ago. Okay, then why are you at the UN telling the white folk about what happened so long ago?
Right.
So I started off this program letting y'all know this ain't going to go the way they tell themselves. So you'll notice I kept pointing out to you all what they were saying. And by the way, Ghana got a lot of damn relics over here. And I'm like, yeah, just hold that energy. We're going to return to this before I'm finished with my monologue tonight. We're going to address that. Because Ghana ain't the only one. Now, I want to go a little bit further with this right now. I want to go a little bit further because as you all know, folks, a lot of folks ain't going to like this next part because they think they're going to weasel their way out of it, and they really won't. You see, what a number of them might do is they might try to use this argument. Oh, I'm way ahead of you. A number of them might try to use the argument, well, you see, those nations that you are talking about, niggas, that is not us. That was not us. That was them back then. It is gone without a trace. It is gone without a trace. We do not know what it is. Can you cut the check? We do not know. We are not connected to that. But that's not a true statement either. Now, is it? That's not a true statement either. You see, you can say that Nigeria is a European constructed nation. You can say those words. You can say those words, and you definitely can, and you would be right. But you see, that's not the basis on which the inhabitants of Nigeria operate. Now, is it? As a matter of fact, they know their lineage very well, don't they? As a matter of fact, they're still beefing and fighting with each other today over it. The Igbo and the Yoruba and the Husafalani and the Delta.
Mm-hmm.
Why, they'll be very quick to remind you of their tribe and their rich history and their culture. I'm so glad you reminded us about your culture, because we're here to remind you about your culture. And some of the parts that you keep conveniently leaving out over and over again. Well, we're just going to go ahead and hammer on that for a while, since you seem to want to get away from it. By the way, yes, you all keep doing that. Same thing in Ethiopia. Same thing in Kenya. You know, you can talk about Haile Selassie and whatnot. That's great. That's grand. That's wonderful. Jomo Kenyatta, you can talk about all that you want to there. Why, we are Zaire? No, okay. We are the Congo? Okay. We are Zimbabwe? All right, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you notice y'all keep doing that? We are Sierra Leone. Yeah, we keep reclaiming our original names. Oh, so you are the connective tissue to 160 years ago. Oh, so you are very well aware of who you were and who you've been. I'm so glad to hear that you have reconstituted yourselves. Very glad to hear that. Oh, so you didn't disappear. So your nation states are not gone. I mean, you've had a pretty good joyride whoring yourselves to the French and the Belgians. You had a grand old time whoring yourselves to them. But yeah, you do remember your status. Why, you are still there, as a matter of fact. You're still there. Oh, okay. I'm so glad we clarified that. Not only that you are even reestablishing yourselves. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to get in the way of that.
Right.
And you're reestablishing yourselves on what terms? Why, you're reestablishing yourselves on the terms that you predate the European colonizers. So what you are saying is that we are the people who are in charge here before the European colonizers. Well, thank you for making this so much easier to identify you. So glad you did that, because this clears a lot up.
They thought they were winning. They thought they were eating right here.
I want to remind you all of that too. I wanted to remind you all of that too. If you all agree with what you heard here tonight, give me the black fist emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 4,000 people in here live tonight. But if you agree with every word you have heard here tonight, give me the black fist emoji and hit the likes button for me. You see, I'm not here to make friends. Not here to make friends. I am here to jar your memories. I'm here to clarify and articulate this for you so that when this subject comes up, you've already got the intellectual ammunition you need to be able to debunk any lie that you are told and put it in its proper perspective. When you talk about delineation, you can't talk about delineation if you don't know what it is you're delineating from. And you've got to have a firm ideology. Otherwise, some of these slick talking overseas charlatans are going to be able to sweet talk you right back into bed with them. I want to say this in no uncertain terms here. For those of you who have spent the better part of the last century and a half denying, collaborating, working along together with them, and the single worst crime of all When you had your opportunity to practice Pan-Africanism, you flatly refused because you were afraid that when we came on African soil that we were going to turn up and take over, which is exactly what you needed because you are backwards and wrong. You're beaten and defeated. Now you're begging all over the place. You got fortunes and don't know what to do with it. You've got leaders and you all have become comfortable, and not just comfortable, you have become desirous of your corrupted chieftains. You haven't changed. So in a world where you're sitting on a continent that allegedly has the most mineral wealth in the world, and yet you can't get any of it, because of these cultural character flaws. And it goes right down to the soil and the people. They are gloriously corrupt. They see themselves and their fellow man as something to be exploited. And they know that when we show up, that's going to come to an immediate stop. And that's the reason they fought us every step of the way, because we're not going to keep continuing their ass backward culture of the last 1,000 years. We show up and it's going to be cleaning house. We show up and it's going to be paperwork check. You're not going to be able to pull that Christian hustle. They know full well when we show up, it's going down, and that's what it's going to be. We didn't bring you no white asses to kiss. Mm-hmm. They like this bull jive at the UN because there's some white asses they can smooch on. We ain't bringing no white asses to kiss. We ain't bringing a boatload of white women. We're not going to help you integrate into American society. We're going to do what we did over here and build our own, which they are incapable of doing.
Obviously.
Because they are still married to the concept of treason against each other and allegiance to the white supremacists who will dominate you. They get a thrill out of white supremacists practicing white supremacy against them. And that's what they hold against us, is that we ain't going to sit there and shuck and jive with them. Mm-hmm. They sit up here and start cooning and buffooning and buck dancing in the middle of damn me restaurants and bed winching for zaddy, and they think that bull jive is cute. Oh, look at the white women laughing. They think I'm so funny. They're so amused. Isn't that so great? Then they take a look at us. What's wrong with you niggas? No, you are too stiff-legged over here. What is wrong with you? We are just having a good time. You take yourself too seriously. That's the damn point. White supremacy ain't no damn joke to us. You're damn right we take it serious. White supremacy is not a joke to us. It's not entertainment to us. We ain't looking to sit up here and laugh and bull jive with them. This ain't no game and it ain't no joke to us. And that's why they've been scared of us all this damn time. Because they know as soon as we come around the block, it's going to be straight business. Especially in a place where we no longer have to fight a white government that keeps sowing coons and traitors and backstabbers, a white economy that fully funds and fully pays for the Candace Owenses and the Emmanuel Achos and the Jason Whitlocks, a white economy that will fund that. Well, you know, if they were completely out of the way, they wouldn't be, we would go ahead and get that damn thing built the way we want to. You see, we have black cities in a white nation. There's the stumbling block. There's only so much you can get done when you've got black cities that have to operate within a white nation. If you had a black community in a black nation, oh, well, ain't nobody between us and the damn coons, but nobody. Oh, it's like I'll be damned. damned. Now we can do ya how we really want to do ya. We ain't got to bull jive around no more, play around no more, pussyfoot around no more. Nigga, we can just pull up. You get off code and ain't no Fox News or Tucker Carlson to run interference no damn mo. Now we can just do ya how we gon' do ya. And we get to write the newspaper articles about how it's going down.
And deal with it, nigga.
I'll be damned. Ain't no LAPD, National Guard, or nobody else to run interference and save your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can do you how we gonna do you.
Yep.
That time. Now we can go ahead and get it in. And get this problem dealt with and cleaned up once and for all. Y'all got to understand, this kind of talk right here, y'all cool with it here in America. You go to Africa, they shaking in their boots. What is this nigga talking about? What is this nigga speaking? What are you doing? Clean up what? Clean up what? What do you bring? Speaking Spanish? Bobbing glove? Broom and dustpan? What are you cleaning up? I'm scared. See, when the white supremacists practice racism and swinging on folks over here, they become a highlight reel. They show white folks and Asians swinging on them Africans, and they start singing hymns in their tribal language. Over here, when they try it, you become a highlight on Instagram. You become a GIF image on Twitter. When you try it over here with us, it's like, oh, you about to go viral. You about to go viral. Hold still. So just recognize this kind of talk is scary to them. It's not scary to you all. It's scary to them. They hear this kind of talk. What are you talking about? This would be difficult here. I cannot get jiggy with none of this. This is where they at. So please understand the difference in the perspective of this. Please understand that. These people here are talking up what they think gonna be they newest cash grab. And what they're doing is testing the waters to see how much domestic support they got in the United States. Because as I've always said, y'all ain't getting a damn thing if we don't back it.
And deal with it, nigga.
The bottom line is you can sit at the UN all you damn well want to. If you do not have foundational Black American support, you ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't got no muscle. You can't apply no pressure.
That's right.
While you all are still taking money from the United States and taking foreign aid from the United States, you ain't got no pressure to apply. They can cut you off at any damn time. And here's the other issue, and I'm going to get to this in just a few moments. I'm not going to talk about it right now, but the other issue is you're not cohesive enough to make nothing work any damn way. Y'all are too easily bought off. Most of your population can't wait to work against you. They can't wait to continue your long, proud tradition of siding with the white supremacists. They can't wait to side with them against you, your own people. You are a team divided against yourselves. It ain't going nowhere. You can talk all that bull crap all you want to. You ain't got no pull. You damn sure ain't got no muscle. Them people can ignore you with glee. And they will. They can gleefully ignore you. You ain't getting nothing done. Not at all. What you're really trying to do is hold out and say, oh, if these niggas over there, we can appeal to that. Y'all, they didn't get the memo. Pan-Africanism is dead. They didn't get the memo, y'all. They still watching Spike Lee movies from the 90s. Nobody told them, hey, dude, Pan-Africanism is dead. You ain't got no Pan-African community movement to go tap into. You got a few niggas sitting up here trying to panhandle a few dollars. You don't have a movement that you can hook up with no more. It's gone. That's dead. Y'all still running around with corduroy pants on, you so out of style looking for Pan-Africanism. That's dead. Garveyism. Am I looking for that? You do not have any kinsmen pulling the Pan-African bandwagon for you. There's nobody to call. You can go call your damn academics, Michael Eric Dyson and Mark Lamont Hill. Them niggas got to go work for the rappers now. What? Damn. That's where they're at. The Michael Eric Dysons and the Mark Lamont Hills, y'all, they are literally working for rappers now. They're literally getting a paycheck from the rappers. Dude, ain't no Pan-African movement for you to plug into. Ain't no Pan-African plug. Ain't none of it. No, I'm not even joking, y'all. I'm dead ass serious. Look it up for yourselves. Michael Eric Dyson and Mark Lamont Hill, both of them working for rappers now. Y'all know it. For the folks who know it, y'all already know about that. That's why I'm not even saying the names, Joe Budden. I'm not even going to say the names of everybody. But I'm just, if you don't believe me, go ahead and do it. Yeah, those are your academics that you were going to get booed up with. Yeah.
Damn, I'm going to fall from grace.
Yeah, that's what they doing. They trying to find a rapper that they can peel off some paper from. Y'all too late from the damn party while y'all was bull jobbing for the last 50 damn years. You allowed Pan-Africanism to die on the vine. As usual, we still standing strong and we straight. Y'all sitting over there saying, oh hell, what the hell we gonna do? Because the Africans got us caught on one side, the Russians and the Asians on the damn other, and we can't really move like we want to move. Trying to get to that global market, man, they got the global market sewn up. You can sit on all the minerals you want to and whatnot. They're just sitting up here trying to figure out how to circumvent you. You can have all the cocoa you want to there. If you don't have a market to go to, it's going to hurt you much quicker than it's going to hurt them. Chocolate is a luxury in the West. Y'all need to sell that cocoa so you can go ahead and start getting some walnuts around here to eat. You need to sell that cocoa so y'all can get some rice to eat. Chocolate is a luxury in the West, and you are not the only game in town. So if anybody told you that you think you got leverage, we have cocoa. That's not the flex you think it is. I know you think it's a flex. That's not the flex you tell yourself it is. It's, really? Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Hey, nigga, don't you want that Kit Kat? Okay. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Slam this damn dough in your face. That's what I'll do for it. It's not the flex that you tell yourself that it is. I know you need to believe it's got a whole bunch of value. It's not what you tell yourself it is. And the folk you sent over here, they all became coons. Your newer immigrants, most of them are feckless, shameless coons. They will be glad to work against you. Day in and day out, they will be thrilled to work against you. That's the issue there. They'll be thrilled to go ahead and work against you. They don't have to go with you on anything. And what's your ability to punish them? You made it in vogue. You made it in style to stab other folks in the back. You made that in style to do. See, when you should have been shutting that down, you were sitting up here telling yourself, oh, well, you know, that's the problem with you niggas. This is the problem with you niggas. You take things too seriously. It's all doing big joke. Okay, well, guess what? It's a big ass joke then is what it is. It's a big ass joke now. Why ain't you laughing? It ain't funny enough for you. It's a big ass joke now, ain't it? Now you want reparations. Worked against it and fought against it for decades. Now you want reparations. Wasn't nobody with us for reparations for the last 3 decades, 2 decades, 10 years. None of these folk were with us then. Now all of a sudden that Trump is in office and they getting cut off left and right, the USAID money dried up. The USAID money dried up. Now all of a sudden they looking to see is there another piggy bank they can go dipping their grubby hands in. But for the last 30 damn years, they wasn't linked up with none of us. Reparations was a one-man band right up until the last couple of years. Now these niggas figured out what reparations is and they're not fighting against it. Because up until now, they were fighting it. And everybody they sent over here would be the first ones on Fox News or Newsmax fighting it. Now, all of a sudden, we love reparations, niggas. Okay, that's not going to be the cakewalk you tell yourself it's going to be. That's not going to be the one, Jack. I know it sounds good on the face of it, but that ain't going to be the one. And this is a broadcast that's going to go around the world and they can be mad as they damn well want to be. No, we do not support this. Y'all on your own. Let me say this from the top. You're on your own. Do not expect any help or support from us whatsoever, and don't expect us to apply no pressure. We've been on our own for 300 years. You on your own now. Mm-hmm. And you gonna have to handle the Chinese and the Indians and the Russians and the French and the Belgians and the Europeans and the British and of course America and AFRICOM. You gonna have to just fight off all them dogs all on your own. But do not expect to come appealing to the diaspora for assistance. Ain't no coalition here.
Right.
Ain't no coalition.
Right.
Y'all done sent them damn Myron Gaineses over here and whatnot, and ain't nobody a coon in Africa. All that cooning y'all doing in Ghana and Ethiopia and Kenya and every damn where else, ain't no coons in Africa. Now you got your little penny in the ass slurs for us. Ain't no coons in Africa. You all are not ganging up on the coons over there. Anybody kissing white ass, y'all all get together and throw a party. Then you send them over here and what they run? They are hardworking. He work for the government. You need to work. Okay, you know what? Well, then y'all can just go work this out. But don't come looking to us for any damn help on it. You got a big surprise coming. If you think we gonna hit the streets, we need reparations in Africa. Okay, you're going to be waiting for a minute for that little protest movement to get kicked off.
Right. So that was TBA, his version, his take on it, which is pretty much what I said. This was underhanded, sneaky. He gave a little bit more context, which is what everybody needed. It's what everybody needed, really. So. Let's see. Let's watch something funny right now while I think about it if I'm going to go into the next thing. Okay, watch one funny thing real fast.
And mama, don't worry, you raise a hero. I'm a crime fighter. It hurt me to see you get killed in the alley along with my father. Now I dress like a bat and they say I'm insane. Every day I think about
Ace Bang.
smoke with me? Who want 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 smoke with me? Villains get scared and pick their guns up. Parents both died when I was 9. I messed their son up. Now I'm outside fighting crime until the sun's up. Kick your bitch ass in the chest and fuck your lungs up. Villains say they're spinning blocks. I'd rather spin heads. I ain't got no fucking parents, cause they been dead. Call yourself a fucking joker? I got your punchline. No one gets away with crime unless the sun shines. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a cave under the floor. 5, 6, 7, 8 punches to your fucking face. 9, 10, 11. That is still me punching on your face. I'll beat on you until you bleed if I even catch you with an 8. No powers. I punch hard as fuck. I might shatter brains. Sometimes I don't punch at all. I throw batarangs. You can send your best hitter. I punch worse. My girlfriend said she was a villain, so I punched her. What the fuck is that?
What is that? I don't know.
What the fuck is that?
What are you asking me? I don't know what it is.
That's how I prep on villains. Is that a fucking fact?
Everybody know that I'm the truth because they roll with me. Never wearing clothes is gonna cover up my shoulder knee. When I stop a villain, they be asking, can they go with me? She thinks she a cheater, but she really just a coat to me.
I put man up on the phone, and I like fish. Whether it's an ocean or a pond, I like fish. I know red fish, blue fish, and white fish. I know mean fish and nice fish. I like nice fish. I tell them stay in school. The mean fish be like the sharks. They be in their mood. Sometimes they be hungry and then see me as food, but I be like, nah. And they be like, oh, all right, cool.
What the fuck was that?
Hey, what was that?
That's what I'm asking you. You fucked up the song.
Did y'all hear a splash?
What?
That's water I swim in.
Let's get it. I just saved 1,000 passengers out of a plane that just crashed in Africa. Water. I keep some leaguers with me, even though I don't need them. I still let them back me up. You try to shoot me, I'm bulletproof, so you should come with a newer plane. Damn. Look us a bird. Look us a plane. No motherfucker, it's Superman. It's sent from a planet that blew up the fragments. I landed in Kansas and got some new parents. The people of Smallville are way too coherent. They probably would notice my mom wasn't bearing, so they just said I was adopted. I grew up applied at the offices of Daily Planet, the news place in downtown Metropolis. Flying around is too obvious. At my outlander. Water's what I swim in. What the fuck? I go home after work. Water's what I live in. Let them cook, Bruce. Water's what I'm sipping. So if you want to sip in, I'll give you some. You don't even have to chip in. Let him cook. Water's free. You don't normally pay a fee. Oh my God, bro. And if you do, it's probably gonna be cheap. Bro, what the? I don't know too many expensive waters unless it's sparkling. And if sparkling water is too expensive, don't get the sparkles there. I mean, you could drink regular water. What is going on? Out the tap. I mean, that's absolutely free. Just have you a glass of that. Bro, he's talking about tap. He's not rapping. He's talking about tap water. I drink a lot of water. And, you know, I live in water, so I'm always in the element of water. So I don't know if I'm drinking or not. I just know not to pee. Oh, my God, I hate it. Because, you know, that's when you pee. Where you live, and you live in the water. Then you kind of drink.
How you gonna talk about the real over here?
2 a.m., the night's still young. My parents got shot, so I don't like guns. Crime doesn't pay out to anybody, so if you thought different, you need a refund. When I'm quiet, I be thinking about vengeance. Cake blowing in the wind, standing on the building. Saving these hoes, I do that for a living. Got a bunch of sidekicks, and they all my chillins. And mama, don't worry, you raised a hero. I'm a grandfather. It hurt me to see you get killed in the alley along with my father. Now I dress like a bat, and they say I'm insane. Every day I think about how my parents got slain. Got car boats, motorcycles, and planes, and a mask, but that's so I can hide the pain. All the crime fighting got done, and the city's still the same. Always sending villains in to get rehabilitated, but it never really changed. Growing up, I ain't have no daddy, cause he got shot in the alley. Yeah, I know my origins tragic. Now I got a belt full of gadgets. Every day I suffer. The only friend I have is a butler. He lets me make the sandwiches with mustard. And I don't even fucking like mustard. I got a girlfriend, I don't trust her. One time I caught her stealing, so I punched her. She gets mad that I'm not a carpet muncher. I stand alone in the rain and the thunder.
Why you don't like to go down?
2 a.m. The night's still young. My parents got shot, so I don't like guns. Crime doesn't pay out to anybody, so if you thought different, you need a refund. When I'm quiet, I be thinking about vengeance. Cape blowing in the wind, standing on the building, saving these hoes. I do that for a living. Got a bunch of sidekicks and they all my chillin'. And mama, don't worry, you raised a hero. I'm a crime fighter. It hurt me to see you get killed in the alley along with my father. Now I dress like a bat and they say I'm insane. Every day I think about how my parents got slain. Got car boats, motorcycles, and planes and a mask, but that's so I can hide the pain.
Look at that pain. The pain hurt. I said hurt it. Parents died, bro. I shot the face, bro, when he was a kid. Blood all over his face. Say Christ, you look like that. You would probably be Batman too, but you probably wouldn't, because you ain't my daddy. My daddy amazing.
First I let the reservoir, let it drip in every cup. Take a sip, your head erupt. Got them ain't prepared enough. Y'all should all be scared as fuck. Wanna scream, the air is stuck. Lungs collapse, you feeling trapped. Got you in terrors, clutch, elucidate. In the room is shaking, mind is confused and racing. Loop is shaping the cool equations. Is it voodoo or Satan? The noose is braided and Lucy's hanging in the living room naked.
Oh, you keep going, I ain't ready yet.
Fear is sacred, your tears and anguish are payment to me. Your pain's a canvas, I paint your panic and play with your screams. Your brain is tampered, your faith is man up, but stay on your knees. Your grace is shattered, your spirit channeled, you praying to me. They said I should face my fears, I gave fear a face. Now I'm the face of fear itself when it's fear you face. She said she only into women we could never date. Until I hit her with the gas and I
Let me
scared
get
her
brain.
brain.
Lex never lose a main. Built the clone Superman, but he talked backwards. I think he kinda stupid, man. I wanna let the gap burst. I can't even shoot the main. Kryptonite bullets keep jamming up the roof, man. Lucky I ain't his villain. I would've killed Batman.
Hold on,
Aquaman would get it too. Left him dead in the
What
kitty
did it
pool.
say?
Sorry if I ridicule all my fellow
Hold
criminals,
on.
but y'all beef is minuscule. My shit is biblical.
Shut your bald ass up before my issues get civil. I don't plan
Oh,
try
my
to scheme, bitch. I keep this shit simple. When pressure supply, these niggas get real. I don't squash beef. I cook it and let it sizzle till it's down to the crystal. Hey, Arthur, we got some issues. I turn your rain to a drizzle. There ain't a place I won't swim to put a blade through your tissue. So drop the low. I can't wait to float your way and load decay to turn your face to ocean spray.
All right. So I should, I should feel like that shit was gonna take all day.
Should be good.
This is no keep protest.
Oh, so you agree that that's also strange that they've been there for 45 years?
I'm here in the city, and I've been bitching about it for a minute, and everybody can listen to it because I saw some shit that was really made me fucking upset. And this is just a lot of I'm trying to find out there's paid agitators here and shit, but these quats was like quite disgruntled. And also too, there were some kids out there that had left school, followed their teacher or whatever. You know they have no permission slips, but nobody brings that shit up. I haven't bringing it up. I also watched the same protesters do some disgruntled shit to another journalist who was well renowned, I guess, for the fights on he does a little blog here, older cat. Watched him chase him out of the park, or like try to chase him out the park. Really intimidating type of shit. Snatch shit out of his hands, like whatever he was looking at. And basically, older white people bullying another older white person just for asking simple questions. And they felt, compelled to do so, which I think is wrong. But what if the protest turned sideways? You had children that ditch school to go protest for migrants, whatever. And in reality, this is just another undermining thing or another leapfrogging situation they don't ever want to acknowledge or talk about. But I've been talking about it, so at least trying to talk about it when they allow me to talk about it. So yeah, this is another version, another person that was out there. She also did an expose on Somalians. I didn't even realize we have a whole fucking warehouse or place of employment. It's kind of like warehouse or whatever. Forgot what the fuck they make over there. It's like a butcher or some shit. I forgot what the fuck they make. Don't quote me on it. Where they have none but Somalians working there. Somalians and Hispanics. And then they let them work there. They live close by in a hotel. they go underneath the bridge. It's kind of hush hush. But I've been watching this girl move around. You know what I mean? She's a young chick. So we're gonna let her get into a little bit of what we saw. What I saw, I thought, in her opinion, it was pretty much in the same alignment. So that's what I was thinking.
I believe in term limits. Is
You
that
do?
what you're asking?
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, term limits.
The No Kings protest in Denver got wild. Super wild. So wild. Wilder than the Wild Wild West. Wilder than a wild wildebeest. Deep breaths, Angela. Are you ready to see what people thought of my deport Ilhan Omar
Saying to deport Ilhan.
Because you think that she married her brother.
Yeah, she married her brother. How many siblings do you have?
Are you ready to find out what this lady wants Iran to do to the United States?
So this is a
Jewish hatred thing? Is that what you're saying? Is that why you asked that question?
Well, are you ready to get on board with the No Kings train and get rid of these Congress people?
These people are like out of control. Like the shit that they were saying is just wild.
That have been there for 40 years.
No Kings, let's get rid of Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi.
So let us begin with the 5 things that shocked me about Denver, Colorado's No Kings rally. The first one that I'm not even going to include as one is the fact that when I got there, I was able to get parking right next to the Capitol building. Last time they had this rally, I had to walk a long distance. And so it was so strange that not that many people actually showed up to these No Kings rallies. And one of the conclusions that I came to is that they are losing funding. The signs weren't as nice and they didn't have as much funding. Their symbols, their weird things were not as spectacular. They just had this weird Donald Trump symbol that it almost looks like they were trying to make it.
Shit, you're welcome. I mean, I've been showing it at least a couple times on the RVA. This shit is all paid for. These agitators are paid for. They're showing that several times. You're welcome. I've been talking the most shit about it.
It seemed like they had killed Donald Trump. I did see some type of Trump balloon flying in the sky, which was really sad. I feel bad for the person whose backyard that ended up in.
What's the little hand?
Trump has little hands.
Oh, I see. I didn't get that.
So the first thing that shocked me was just how low energy this protest was.
Really low energy as well. Dear God, put him out of our misery. So over here, I get asked if I want a Know My Rights card. I got a whistle, guys. Is it just me or is morale lower than it was last No Kings?
I don't know. This is my first one.
How come the turnout seems lower this time than last time?
I'm not sure. This is my first. So.
Oh, okay.
So I got there and my idea was to live stream it and then I would be able to download that video, edit it, and give it to you guys on a silver platter. So I began to live stream and show how it was just a bunch of elderly people who were uncomfortable in the hot sun, putting sunscreen on themselves and trying to get shade under trees. And everybody was sitting down. They looked so incredibly bored.
Very, very, very low turnout here today. Not many people have shown up.
As I was live streaming this, my phone got overwhelmed and it was hot and it just glitched and turned off and it exited out of the YouTube app. But the weirdest thing about it was that the live stream was still going and the screen was just black, yet my viewers were still active on it. And on my phone, I was not able to end the stream. So I did what any logical person would do, and that is confide in my friend Grok. Grok told me to log in using a laptop. And so thankfully I had my laptop in my car. So I ran back to my car, which was close to the protest because not that many people showed up. I got to the car and using my hotspot, I logged into the YouTube studio. And for some reason, this weird glitch was making it so there was no end stream button. And people were still commenting on it saying, get your stream back up. And I was like, there's no way to end the stream or restart the stream, but I think I'm going to lose the content that I just got. And I want to show you that content because I had some really hilarious conversations.
Your sign says that you'll tell your grandkids that you didn't stay silent. Would you like to share what you would like to say? No?
No.
So you did stay silent?
Yeah.
I shout with the crowd. I'm not a.
Oh, are you going to tell your grandkids that?
Yeah.
Nice. Grandkids, back in the day, I stood there and I shouted with the crowd. I repeated all my chants. I knew every single line.
And I was able to save that content by rewinding the live stream. I was the only person who had the capability of doing this, and then screen recording my own video. And I had to delete the entire stream to make it stop, to make the stream end. Otherwise, it probably still would be going on right now.
They're doing this native dance. Kind of strange. I'm not really sure what this is about.
None for the gay community here. Yeah.
Oh, for the gay community? I see.
Petition to fix the roads.
Petition to fix what?
It's a petition to fix the roads, to make sure the taxes that we pay to fix the roads go to where they're supposed to. Alignment.
Yeah, but how would they begin to make sure that the roads are, what would change, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Those aren't really my decisions to make. I'm just trying to put this on the ballot.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, the thing that confuses me about that is just more funding to things doesn't solve stuff. ¿Cómo identificar a la migra?
There was no end stream button. There was no way to end the stream. And so I screen recorded it, and then I got back out there into that protest and continued to talk to communists.
No kings! Let's get rid of Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. Time to tell them bye-bye. Man, this is the most dead crowd I've ever seen. What is happening here?
As you can see, I was the most energetic person there. All of the signs sucked. It was mostly just a bunch of booths of socialists and speakers talking about how they want a communist revolution.
They have the Revolutionary Communists of America here.
So number 2 on my list of things that shocked me is how these socialist nonprofits or organizations have grown to the scale that they have, that they're able to hand out pamphlets that say, join the communists. Check out some of the papers that I collected from these booths.
The communists are the ones behind all of these protests. Look at the propaganda that they were handing out that says, join the communists. And they were actively recruiting and signing people up and also pushing for this random lady who was a socialist to become a member of Congress. And she's socialist? Oh, okay. It's crazy because last time I was here, there was only one booth for the communist group, but now there's 3 of them.
Here they have revolution.
They have the Revolutionary Communists of America here.
So number 2 on my list of things that shocked me is how these socialist nonprofits or organizations have grown to the scale that they have, that they're able to hand out pamphlets that say, join the communists. Check out some of the papers that I collected from these booths.
The communists are the ones behind all of these protests. Look at the propaganda that they were handing out that says, join the communists. And they were actively recruiting and signing people up and also pushing for this random lady who was a socialist to become a member of Congress. And she's socialist? Oh, okay. It's crazy because last time I was here, there was only one booth for the communist group, but now there's 3 of them.
Here they have a brochure that says what is socialism and what is communism. I guess it means that you're so dumb that you don't know how to make a brochure, but yet they want equal pay to everybody. Universal and quality housing is what they somehow think that they're going to get. So just absolute ridiculousness. They are idolizing people like Luigi Mangoni, who killed the United Healthcare CEO, Renee Good, and Alex Preddy.
Here they're selling Renee Good, Alex Preddy. Oh, you're not selling it?
No, she's doing a memorial.
They're using these people as if they are idols for this communist revolution. They don't care about their friends and people dying. Antifa was fighting with the police to try to take over the highway while their friends are getting tear gassed. And I have people telling me, oh yeah, be safe out there. But meanwhile, that is what they want. They do not care about the millions of people that die in these horrendous, horrific revolutions. Here's another one. There were so many different booths for various socialist groups and organizations that are working against ICE in the universities. They're handing out whistles and trying to
completely abolish ICE, just like Ilhan Omar is. This one says, join your party, join the communists. This is the worst thing. This has no place in America. Communists have no place in America. They don't have any rights here. Here, they also have their protest tips. They're telling people to wear masks, and we all know that that is so that they can commit crimes. It says, point your cameras at cops, not allies. Don't dox fellow activists. Don't call the police while at protests or actions, even when it violates their rules. They have historically sided with the other side. Remember, the cops are not here to protect us. That is just completely ridiculous. These people want to ruin the United States of America. They're completely misinformed. They have no reason why Trump has intervened with Venezuela.
I know I'm not misinformed, but I'm not on the same shit they're all talking about. But I currently am like, no, they protect white people and property. Stop playing. But either way,
Venezuela, maybe with Cuba and with Iran right now, they clearly are so misinformed to take something that has never worked, that is horrible to the people, offers a horrible standard of living, and try to make that happen in the United States. And they want to get rid of our Constitution, which has worked since our inception. And so if something is working, why change it? We should be proud to be Americans, and we should never, ever give any reason or voice to a commie. Something that I find very interesting is how the socialist booth has a table of free food and people just come in and grab a bunch and don't really care about taking it from anybody else. I mean, then there's just like the worst left over. It's like, yeah, that's the reason why it's not going to work on a grander scale. Like, it can't even work at their booth. More free food, food baskets. Who's giving this away? Can I just take the whole basket? Behind me, the Democratic Socialists of America are actively recruiting people and actively pushing for the woman who is there, whose name is Mellet, and she's trying to get into Congress. I think the last thing that we need is another socialist in Congress. We need more proud capitalists, proud people who appreciate this country. And what happened with the little kid with the hat?
I'm pretty sure he got deported.
He got deported.
Right? He got deported. He came back, but he's back. Oh, he's back again?
Yeah. Because there was a whole thing about him. Do you know what happened?
Every time I hear different things every like 2 days. So.
Oh yeah.
But if you want to follow,
so I think his dad was like illegal, and then he ran away, left his kid.
They used him as bait.
The dad?
No, to get the dad. They used the little kid as bait.
Oh, I see.
Little kid
I explained to her what happened to that kid. His dad put him in danger by having such an unstable circumstance. And then when ICE came, he ran and left his kid alone. And so ICE agents had to take care of him. And then Democrats did use him as a prop. The third thing that surprised me about this No Kings rally in Denver was the presence of Antifa. I actually saw a booth with the Antifa flag, and I asked them, is this an Antifa booth? And I think that it was, but they didn't want to tell me that. But what they did tell me is that they are a group that trains people with gun safety. So they are like a military operation where they take random people from protests and teach them how to use guns. Anti-fascist action. Wait a second, does Antifa actually have a booth here? No, wait, there's no way that Antifa actually has a booth here.
No, we're the Socialist Rifle Association.
Rifle?
Yes. Yeah.
You guys just like train people, or?
Yeah, also like a safe space to learn safety and
yeah,
like medical training stuff, classes, stuff like that.
Okay, so they're not an Antifa group, but they train people how to use guns. As I was around the other protesters, they began to say, oh, they're throwing tear gas. And I was like, where is all of this happening? I'm wondering, is there going to be a march?
The marches have already left.
What?
Yeah, 1:15.
Oh, where is it? Do you think I can catch up with it?
Probably not. I think they're on their way back to the Capitol, but I would imagine that you'll be able to catch them when they come back.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be later. That's
there will be marches later.
Oh, okay.
They just have a bit of more of a risk of getting spicy, so do be cautious.
So I was just informed that the protests will get spicy later on. And this girl is like, oh, I have a friend who's coming back from it right now. He just got tear gassed so bad. And if you want to wait for him right here, he can come back and tell you where they were at.
Right now, this is our campaign, which is a policy that would require RVA campus buildings to lock down if immigration enforcement is spotted on campus.
Oh, I see.
There was a draft policy saying that they they can if they want to, but we want to make it that they have to, that they're required to lock down.
Is the protest coming back?
I don't know.
In the action is happening here right now. So
That's
get here, but if you want to circle back and once you get through, you can tell you where it's
He just said get real jobs as if he's not just a protester and unemployed. And one of their stupid communist pamphlets said that they want to get rid of unemployment and that everybody should make $65,000 a year. I'm like, you guys are such losers. Any random person that you could take off the street is going to be like, oh yeah, I would love to get paid $65,000 a year without having to do anything at all and get paid the same amount as people who work a lot more than me. That sounds wonderful. But then they don't realize that $65,000 is probably not going to be worth jack crap. Okay. And that inflation would be insane. With that amount of money, they wouldn't be able to buy milk. I want to say that the police officers in Denver, Colorado did a phenomenal job because while those protesters were telling me that they were on 20th and Arapahoe, they quickly got pushed back in a matter of minutes. And people that I talked to, they were getting pushed back very fast. So these police officers were not playing around
because they were telling me that there's some riot going on. Is that true?
Up at 20th the Market.
Really?
They have Tifa, the Black Bloc. They're the one that want to take over the highway. We wouldn't let them. So
nice work. And so they're still there. That makes sense. And so, would you say a revolution of communists, like a communist revolution?
I'm a TSA member.
You're a part of the socialists.
Yep.
Okay.
I hate where you're going. I feel like you're trying to get sound bites. I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Well, I think that you being a part of the Democratic Socialists of America is a soundbite enough. I think that's pretty ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Then I think we're done.
Okay. Yeah, you should maybe move to a different country.
We're done.
Okay. And every time I did that, they thought that I was just blaming the Democrats, and they're trying to tell me that this is not just a Democrat issue, it's also the Republicans. But what do communists want? They want to rid of both parties, Democrats and Republicans. They don't want us to have an option. They want us to be like Cuba, where the only vote we would be able to give is to communists. They want us to actually have dictators. That's the reason why they're calling Trump a king. So pretty hilarious to see their reactions of me voicing what so many people say on.
That's not what it is at all. Okay, that's not what it is. Motherfuckers are just tired. Okay, they're just tired. That's what that's about. They're not getting what was promised in this round of Trumpism. So yeah, now they're outside protesting because they think he's acting like a dictator, like a king. That's what they're talking about. But again, misinformation.
On X, and that is that Donald Trump has only been in office for 5 years, and somebody like Chuck Schumer has been there for more than 40 years, and they go into Congress, they get suspiciously rich, and now we have Ilhan Omar giving a speech at the No Kings rally. She's crying. I think her hijab is getting lower and lower. Pretty soon, we're not going to see her anymore.
Incredible to be here with you all as you show the country just how courageous and dedicated
I'm not joking. That is actually what I hear.
Oh, I was saying to deport Ilhan.
Because you think that she married her brother.
Yeah. There's DNA evidence.
And that's the basis? We'd have to deport like half of Appalachia for that, wouldn't we?
No, I've been to Appalachia. That's not true.
But it is true about Omar? How do you know that?
Because there's DNA evidence.
Oh, really? Where'd you get that?
Yeah, from this lawsuit where they went and collected some of her discarded items, like a cigarette, a Coca-Cola can, a hair. It's documented, though.
By who?
And the vice president just confirmed it as well.
The vice president is an idiot.
I'm
Is it
sorry.
true about him and the couch?
I mean, there's various things that she's done that would be deportable offenses.
And so you felt like you needed to come to this march to talk about that?
Yeah, because like no kings, like it's so messed up that they're in
And what
Congress
about-
and that they just stay there forever and make millions and millions of dollars while having no skills.
And what about Trump and the pedophilia and Epstein? Do you believe that?
Donald Trump was not in the Epstein files. Donald Trump hated Jeffrey Epstein. He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He exposed him long before any Democrats did.
How do you believe it? Look at the guy. Come on.
Look at old videos of him calling out Jeffrey Epstein
I have.
and the Clintons.
Misinformation.
Yeah, what do you think about the Clintons' connection to it?
To Epstein?
Okay, well, it sounds like you support marrying, you support incest, I guess, and you support fraud.
No,
And
I support truth, and I just don't believe.
well,
all
that's the
accusations.
truth, and I'm sorry. And if you don't like it, that's just the way it is.
Perhaps we should both do some more research.
Huh?
Perhaps we should both do more research.
Yeah.
All right. This is the clip where she.
Anyway, so it's horrible.
Yeah, I know. A communist regime just destroyed everything for them for 67 years. So sad.
Communist regime destroyed it? How about the American regime? Strangled it for 60
And what would bring you to that conclusion?
all the sanctions and the embargo.
Why do you think there's this, sanctions, or why do you think we cannot work with Cuba? Like, how are we supposed to give them free oil?
We're not supposed to give them free oil.
Exactly.
But why can't Venezuela give them free oil?
Well, what do you think happened also in Venezuela that went so wrong? It's kind of weird. Would it just be like a coincidence that two communist places are horrible and in poverty? Would that be a coincidence, you say? Or do you think that it's because of the communism?
I think it's because of U.S. policy against this island.
Really?
I do.
So you're in support of Maduro and the Cuban communist regime?
I am in support of sovereignty for countries. I'm not in support of military action against them. And I've never been in support of the U.S. blockade against Cuba.
I think military action makes sense because communism seems to be spreading. There's revolutionary communist group here, and that is unacceptable.
So,
and they have no place in America. Are you Palestinian? Yeah. Oh, I see. It's just like you're standing in solidarity with them. Oh, I see. And so, what is your stance on Israel? And I mean, like, what would you like to see happen? I guess in the Middle East.
See Israel completely go away. He needs to go back to hell where
Israel. Oh, okay. And what do you think about the war with Iran?
I think that we started it on behalf of Israel, and Iran is kicking our butts and Israel's, and good for Iran. I stand with Iran.
It's like, okay, so you would be okay with Iran maybe attacking the U.S. or being able to like have?
They're not going to attack the U.S. They've never attacked the U.S. That's the thing. There's false flags put on by, of course, the Zionists.
I see. Okay, so like sometimes people like call people on the right Nazis, and I'm wondering like why that would be if it's people on the left that want to get rid of all of the Jews.
Okay, I'm done with your Zionism.
I'm not a Zionist, and so like I'm actually wondering because it's backwards. Like they want to get rid of all the Jews, yet they call other people Nazis.
So the conversation with that lady was just absolutely a productive conversation about and be like, I am a Ugandan.
Did without the consent of Congress, and now we're kind of stuck. And there's the Straits of Hormuz where the oil goes through that is clogged and can't move.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he made a horrible move.
I see.
To distract from the Epstein files.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you don't actually think the reason is for oil?
He needed a further distraction from the Epstein files. And on top of that, I think he, I think oil was a factor. I don't think it was the main
Okay.
I think because of the motherfucking pirate. That's how I fucking that's what I think about. I think it's a motherfucking pirate. Okay, let me get out of this real quick. So then we saw some crazy ass atrocious shit. that was off the chain crazy. You see where white people's minds is. Everybody's mind is somewhere else and not on the right shit. That's what that's about. And there's people like that broad just spreading like misinformation. I guess if you believe it, that's that I'm white and I say so type shit, and $1 million of white supremacy on your skin. It allows you to go ahead and do those kind of shenanigans, and not be as informed as we are, and have their own opinions. That wasn't like a study. That was a motherfucking broad voicing their own fucking opinions over protesters on whatever they believe in, what they don't believe in. You know what I mean? And stating just stupidity, stating stupid shit, really. Questions that weren't even asked her, but just stating opinion, and misinformation about the war, their thoughts, where people stand, whether they're communists or Zionists or whatever, thoughts on what the actual protest was about, what it meant. You know what I mean? Where the parties both land. There's just a lot of stupidity, man. It's like the people that offer opinions over the last couple hours just start, just dumb. So I'm glad we got some of that all out of our system. TBA gave a good, thorough dialogue about it. So I stopped it right there, where it ended, where I ended it. I felt like it was very important. Felt like we should see what the tether class / FBA, whatever the fuck weirdos are saying about it. Also too about these protests, where they stand in the city of Denver. They got smaller because we've been doing the fucking work and talking all this shit. Like some of this stuff is only happens because we've been outside, basically talking to city council and being very direct and sharing our thoughts and views on it. You know what I mean? So yeah, so that is. And it's only gonna get worse. So it's only gonna get worse. I want to thank everybody for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. It is Thursday, and it may go on again a little later on in the evening. Shall see. And then Friday is Grand Rising. So yeah. And which I'll probably be over there at the Black House this weekend. Don't know when, but there's some things I gotta take care of over here and get ready. Shout out to everybody who's in here. Ray, thank you for your input. Twin, Mac, appreciate you fellas for always coming in, and I hope everybody learned something. I'll probably be back with something a little different this evening. Probably squeeze in some other shit because I don't have a lot of time, in between the work that I'm about to start doing and these broadcasts. So yeah. Everybody stay up, stay black, stay dangerous, obviously stay informed, and really look at it. Really look at shit. So this is just that thing with the reparations is important. So it's just undermining us. It's a sneaky shit. So, and it's not all that it was cracked up to be, as you could tell. So, yeah. Stay black, stay dangerous, and thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda, Grand Rising, and I'll be back sometime later on, way later on. So, peace. Yes, thank you, Black first, always. Thank you, Twin.